She hit me like that. Saw that thing so beautiful. She just hit my heart, oh. Full force and she got me like I be like, baby, why you so fine? Gotta make you mine. So hard to find. Baby, like, oh, how'd you do the thing? The way that you do it, and she ain't even show nothing. She be walking around so confident, so heaven sent. I think she was meant to knock some daylight. Like, girl, you so fine. Girl, you rockin' like baby, so fine. Miss Baby, girl, you knock 'em dead. She was so sublime, super fine. She was never lying, strutting in the heels or her slides. Either way, eyes on her every single day, week, year. Everyone wondering how she does it with no fear. All that confidence, was it heaven sent? Does it come within? Does it come run out? I don't know. She'll just have them running out and in. Man, they want to sin, talking deadly sin with Mrs. Lady. I don't understand why she hit him like hey, like. Girl, you knock him dead. Oh, oh, oh. How you do it, thing you do? Yeah, yeah. Baby, you knock him dead. I'm already said. Ooh, pretty there.
Until I find the day, the only words I know that you. Until I say the only words I know that you. Until I
know you see it, girl. This ain't sitting real good to my soul. Everywhere this little girl goes, she pick up another obstacle. She was my heart. I don't know the tribe or the fall. But by default, she don't think of me. I thought she was an Indian. She be slanging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Now she's far away, but I had to know. Listen, I know you see it, girl. This ain't sitting real good on my soul. Everywhere this little girl goes, she pick up another obstacle. was my heart. I don't know the tribe or default, but by default, she don't think of me. I thought she wasn't in the end, but she be slinging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Ooh, girl, let me in. In the street with a wedding ring, and she hit the bar, city babe, are you down to cheat? He looked in the eye, chivalry, is he really dead? He pulled out a tip, jumping right on him, thinking was it good to intervene, and I lost her to the world and the girls and the posters. Entertained, I doubt it'll pay and it cost her. I ain't mad at me, but it hurt. And I thought she wasn't in it easy. Now she only worried about the Benjamins. She been looking in my dreams. I swear that eyes on me. Good night and all. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me.
Need you, I need you, I need you. I need to let you see. Until I do, I'm hoping you will know what I mean.
Alô, 1, 2, 3, alô, alô.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. I wish you peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. I wish you peace and love.
Olá Pedro, estás aí?
Olá.
Ora viva. Vou desligar aqui isto para tentar fazer feedback. Já falamos. Um abraço.
It's a dark road on the other side. Don't you see I'm alone without you? All the walls started coming down. Can't you see I'm alone without you? Yeah, spend an eternity missing we used to be. I hope you remember me at night. Love has forsaken me the day you abandoned me. Say you remember me this time. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone without you. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone without you. Black hole burning on the ground. Rescue me, I'm alone without you. It's a catalog of certain emotions. It seems to me I'm alone without you. Yeah, spend an eternity missing we used to be. I hope you remember me at night. Love has forsaken me the day you abandoned me. Say you remember me this time. Was it already over before the end? Did the door start to close once we began? But did you let go? Can't take this type of war. No more, no more, yeah.
Hello? So let's start this session. It is my pleasure to start the first session, sunset session, let's say, that we expect that be a cool session where people can connect and interact with each other. Before starting, or on starting, I would like to stress out 2 or 3 things. The first thing is that this session aims also to present the work we are doing in this master. This is the first year we have people finishing the master, what is a good achievement for the master, so that we want to celebrate somehow. We believe that the master, that students with this master can have a successful career, most successful career as possible. And we strongly believe that this is true. And we, of course, this kind of master expects to have and is obviously completely open to the society and to the companies. And one thing that I think we should achieve is that what we do in complement with companies is also the best in terms of state-of-the-art on data science, in a way that this can leverage the value of the companies, but also the value of the universities, because we acquire knowledge with that. Ethics and responsibility is something that something that is needed in everything, but in artificial intelligence we don't know a lot about it because it poses new problems that typically we still are thinking on how this is. This session is about this, and I hope we can learn a bit on this. I hope so. So the first presentation will be by Ana Costa e Silva, and António Pedro Aguiar will present.
So, hello everybody. So let me introduce Ana Costa e Silva. She's the Global Chief of Data Science at Mercer, right? And I believe she did a PhD in Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh, in 2000 something. And she's gonna talk about something. Interesting, of course. Okay, please.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ana, and I'm from Porto. Always a good way to start a conversation. I studied my undergraduate degree at FEP in management, which is a bit unusual for a data scientist. In fact, these days, data scientists are people from IT or from a statistical background. I'm neither of those, sorry. But having studied management originally, and there was lots of econometrics and regression analysis and statistics and maths. And eventually I realized I could do a little bit of math. So I joined the Portuguese Central Bank Statistics Department. And there I realized that if you could either code, or one day eventually you'd be doing photocopies. And so I started doing my scripting in SAS, and then MATSAT came along, the master's in MATSAT. No, it wasn't MAT, it wasn't SAT, it was the master's in data analysis and decision support systems. And eventually I realized I need to learn some more and went to do a PhD in AI in Edinburgh. So yes, been doing working with data science since, gosh, when did I finish my PhD again? So with data since 1999, which makes me a lot older than I look. Thank you. This is a talk about ethics, and what is ethics, and why do we need to talk about ethics in an AI world? To tell you the truth, the first time I heard about people being so concerned about ethics in AI, I was like, oh, come on, these people so overcomplicate. Then they gave me a few examples and I went like, oops, this matters. So a definition in Portuguese and in English of what is ethics from the word ethos, for character of Greek, and it's the moral principles that govern a person's behavior or their conduct of an activity. Moral principles, things we adhere to be part of a greater good. And what does that mean for us? You might notice the first photo on the top left, Obama got recognized by AI system as a white dude with blue eyes. The reason for this is that a lot of the data that AI systems are learned from in some of the countries where AI systems are developed is biased towards white people. So this underrepresentation of different races makes for sometimes some rather cruel decisions. The image on the bottom right is by IBM, and it was a model that IBM redrew because it was learned from police cameras all over town, and it was biased to find African Americans. And the worst, perhaps, is the one on the left. You might see the image at the bottom was recognized by Google AI photos. Google AI decided to redraw the AI algorithm that finds gorillas in photographs, and that was what they considered to be ethical. This underrepresentation of certain types of data permeates our AI in a lot of other ways. And notice that ethics in AI is something everybody's talking about and writing about. The EU, the US, several organizations, Google, IBM, Facebook, are getting together to define what it means to be ethical in an AI world and avoid some biases that were meant to be but are there in the data or are there in the way humans have behaving so far that as we move our decision making to machines, we need to be conscious about avoiding. And as communities out there, which are still not legally binding, but are writing about what ethics in AI means, they have identified some of the riskiest use cases by order of priority. So the first one is the systems for biometric identification are considered some of the riskiest areas. You can imagine that if when we pass our passport gate these days, we're so proud that we can be identified and recognized as us by a machine. I don't know, I got thrilled with that. The amount of time we save on the line is amazing. However, if these systems are biased towards certain types of faces, then some people are going to be cornered by the police. Sometimes the system fails, and you get to be escorted and talk to a different person. So, that's important. Also in the field of HR, and I work in the field of HR these days, having worked in diverse data fields over time, if you have systems that are intended at recruiting people or choosing who should be promoted or terminated, etc., that are AI-based, then it is critically important that the systems are ensuring fair representation and what ethics might mean. And the last case is in gray because I added that. I don't remember if it was in the legislation, but it's one of the ones that gets me angrier, is that, I just got one of the papers that talks about this, is the underrepresentation of Asians and Africans in medical research studies published in the US. So you can imagine someone creates a drug for a certain disease and forgets to measure its ability to do good in representative enough samples of the world's population. And then they go and trial it out in poorer countries sometimes, and oops, it's too late now. And these things, unfortunately, do happen. So then the question is, but this is only for advanced AI systems, right? Those AI systems that are based on images and deep learning, and no, it's not. In fact, the regulations, European, etc., not really regulations. There are regulations in the making. They may become regulatory and compulsory in 2-3 years' time, and then we'd better be ready, right? Not just because we want to comply, but mostly because we want to do good and not do bad unwillingly. So anyway, what are the types of AI systems that are concerned? Machine learning, yes, but also knowledge-based systems, which are as simple as if-then-else rules that are applied by a computer. Statistical approaches, Bayesian estimation, search and optimization methods. So quite vague, quite a large branch. And so how do we ensure this ethics in AI, right? So what are these people coming together, these associations coming together, what are they defining as the core principles of what it means to be ethical in AI? Well, the first one is transparency. We need to be able to explain in non-technical terms what on earth our models are doing. This can be annoying, right? Explaining a deep learning model, isn't easy by design. However, when people are going to use the models in the real world to make decisions, they need to understand what it does, and especially what it doesn't do. And they need to have it well present when they're going to apply those models in real life in order to be able to be fair. And this explainability needs to be at the whole system level, but also at the specific outcome. How is it? What is the confidence level that we have for the prediction of a particular person or unit of our data, etc. Now, what you see on the right is a video. You have the YouTube. And what you're actually seeing is a Tesla car bumping against an airplane. Some car owner decided to use the autopilot, a bit like you remember the car with that ding, 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 when we were in the 90s. I'm that old. Maybe that was the 80s. Anyway, this guy beeped for the car to come and get it, and the car just bumped into an airplane and continued pushing forwards because there were no airplanes in its training data ever. It did not realize an airplane was an obstacle. And this is a funny one because nobody was in the car, but there's this guy making YouTube videos for a long time saying how cool his Tesla was and how well he was driving. And so he would just sometimes fall asleep in the car and poofed because the model wasn't trained to identify a truck crossed over the road because it never happens in the training data, right? So this risk of overtrust is something that can be aided by implementing transparency in our models. The funny thing, however, is that if you look and read the documentation of Tesla, there are bold letters saying, do not overtrust the system. But then again, people just get so excited, sometimes act a little irrationally. So at what point is it the company's fault and what point is it the driver's fault? But how do we ensure, and maybe if you're going to buy a Tesla, maybe you get a little training and not just be expected to read page number 155 of the manual of the users. This is another good example, and it talks a little bit about that underrepresentation that I've been mentioning from the start. I know I'm biased towards underrepresentation because I feel about it, but there are several pillars of ethics in AI. Anyway, this is a true story, and it's not even that AI-driven. Initially, when seatbelts were created, drivers was mostly men, and so it has been found that women are more likely to get injured when sitting in the front of car crashes, if pregnant women also, because the seatbelt is thought for a male morphology and not for a female morphology. So there you are. The bias in data and automatic systems, or even manual systems, has been there for a long time. I mean, we as humans are biased every day, right? So yes, ensuring or trying as hard as we bloody can to ensure that the data we use adequately represents the world, so it does not discriminate against groups of people, is critical. So we need to ensure our data is diverse, inclusive, and equitable, and conduct anti-bias tests. And then what if you have all the data that you can possibly have, and that data is biased? That's a question I leave with you. I don't have a good answer for that. The other four pillars are do no harm, so intentionally avoid doing harm to others, for example. And often a time when we create a model, we think, I did this great model, it has these amazing KPIs, accuracy, area under the curve, blah, 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 blah. In theory, it's awesome, I'm done, right? But these days, the definition of done needs to include the operationalization of that model. How is that model, when it's being used in the real world, how you're going to ensure that it keeps on being good enough? And when it's not good enough anymore, then it's going to be withdrawn and replaced with something good enough. That's called model monitoring, and it's critical that our machine learning and AI work goes as far as to how we deploy it in the real world and how we keep monitoring its goodness. Responsibility. AI is AI, but humans make AI, so we are responsible for the models we make, and we need to be, humans need to be in the loop, say the regulations, at least to an extent. So, for example, having, as we are, this is called model ops, as we take, and model governance, as we take our models to production, they need to go through, we need to, as we have those model monitoring metrics, we need to be able to include ways that a human might pull the plug if needed, and act. We also need to have peer review. For example, in my team these days, we have implemented a process for doing a machine learning, right, from business understanding to data preparation to these things that everybody knows, model monitoring, model governance, and peer review. We actually review the major steps with each other of where we got to in our current understanding of the phase. And that gives us a space to communicate, to dialogue, to learn from each other, and to not keep it all in our heads, and to be questioned and challenged at each step of what we're making. Because great minds think alike, and two minds think better than one, etc., etc. Privacy. Lots of companies have been charged, fined for a few millions because of privacy. We've been hearing in the news. We need to ensure that we use the identified data, that we store as little PI data as we possibly can, personal information data, just enough for what we do, and that we have permissions to use the data. Because if someone gave you data for a purpose and you're using it for someone else, that's a bit mischievous. I know we as data scientists just love data, right? But yeah, it matters. And finally, safety. For example, in many organizations, we go to our Python and our R libraries and install it on our laptop and we run with it. But sometimes, in R it's a bit more difficult, but in Python, depending on the type of organization you're in, it's useful to have a way of ensuring the security of the code, of open source code, at least when done and reused, not just use blindly whatever is in the net, but have a little, and there are many automatic ways to check for code and the white scan, whatever. Right. Anyway, talking about this a bit from a corporate perspective as well. But now let's imagine a little bit, why also do these ethics matter? We've been seeing so many restrictions in how we can use data, people data, health data. We cannot put that out there because people might exploit it, people might bias election results with it. But if we manage to get to a space where we are trusted to use data ethically, maybe over time, we get to have access to more data. What is a world where we have access to health data? And it's not just doctors analyzing health data for their specific hospitals. We can actually navigate the world of health data globally. This is my dream, okay, bear with me. And then we can run our models on top of everybody's data, including African, including Asian data, so as to avoid this underrepresentation of our samples. So we can do so much good just by throwing a computer onto a bunch of data and detecting correlations that might not be obvious for a theoretical thinker, but might lead to questions like, why is the angle of your feet correlated with the headaches that you have in a large amount of number of people? And maybe that brings new questions that open new doorways and new gateways to bring human knowledge to the next level. So that's my dream. So there, thank you. Any questions?
You had 6 pillars. I only saw 4.
4, 5, 6. I had to count them as well. It's like, I only have 5, there's one missing.
So the other question is, for me, there's some confusion here about... Oh, sorry. Sorry, so there's obviously some confusion in my head because this is not my area of expertise on 2 things. I think most people are blaming AI, but in reality, the problem is that you don't have enough data, or you don't have representable data from all the corners. So how do you fix that? The other problem seems to me that what if a group of people does not want to volunteer their data, but later on want to demand that the system be also include them in their responses? So how do you fix that problem? I mean, going back to one of your examples about flying and whatnot, I mean, some people in the Samoan Islands are notoriously big, okay? So then they might purchase an airline ticket, and then when they get to the gate, they cannot fit through the gate or cannot fit in the seat. And so then they start complaining. And then obviously the airline cannot profile them, cannot get enough data in advance because that would be discriminatory or profiling and whatnot, right? So then they demand that the airlines make accommodations. I mean, I think that's unreasonable. So how do we fix this problem of a group of people who willingly does not want to volunteer that data, but later on want to demand that, the companies accommodate their, settings, so to speak. So that's just a couple of thoughts.
Great question. Personally, like I said, I would love to be able to have everybody's data, but I think what the future regulations are pointing towards is transparency. Look, this model works on this type of people. It does not work on that type of people. That's it. And then it needs to be loud and clear as well. Not just it's written in page 155.
Yeah, but you might not even know that there are other types of people. How many other types of people are, right? So at a given point, you mean your legislation needs to be so wide open that basically it's useless to some extent by saying that, oh, this only works on this, but there might be other people out there in which it doesn't work. We actually don't know and don't know how to distinguish them. So that's a little bit of a concern, right?
Yeah, but that is part of the responsibility, right? We don't know. We know that it works on this data. What is the type? Then we profile the type of data that we have tested again, the type of people we've tested again, the type of conditions. So for example, in the driving car, this model has been learned against, and not only in row 155, if there's that much risk of a person dying for not using the cow well, maybe they should be doing a training course, right? That actually gets them to that level of understanding. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for our own actions. But come on, medical health studies in whatever is called the developed world are obviously leaving out huge amounts of the population of the world, and they're not telling us that. Or maybe it's not loud and clear. Can they make a conscious effort to increase the representation of the samples in other countries? I think they can. Okay, I'm off the hook. Thank you.
Well, actually, I have one.
Oh no.
So, how easy is it for you to sell this to the upper management, right? So you tell them this nice story, and then they say, so, how much is it in it for us? How much will we lose for taking this into account? Do you get this kind of discussion?
Not really, but I think I'm in a very conscientious, socially responsible organization. We actually part of the teams that go and discuss what ethics in AI means. Right? So, but I think the question is out there at a point. This will be compulsory in 2 years' time. I think 2-3 years' time, these things will be part of law. So maybe they can play catch afterwards, right?
this is inevitable, okay? And like GDPR, many other legislation will come because of this. So companies must understand they need to work and spend money on this, okay?
Yeah. The winter is coming. Or or in this case, summer.
So, thanks. João Pedro Pego. I'm a civil engineer by formation, and one of the things that distinguishes us, at least in Portugal, is that we have to sign the projects and everything. So we assume individual responsibility. Do you think if data scientists and data engineers would be individually responsible for the models, things would be working better or not?
Good question. Maybe I wonder how fair it would be, right? If you're an employee, you're taking personal risk for decisions that maybe are not in our budget or in our power to affect because they come from upper management. And also upper management who enjoys, well, it's also the whole companies typically who enjoy the labor of our intellect, right? Financially, so they should be financially responsible for the blame as well, but that's, of course, just a personal opinion. Someone else up there, Carlos.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. And maybe just to mention that this very question is something that is being discussed in the context of the current negotiations of legislation at European level, specifically the distribution of responsibilities and in terms of liability throughout the supply chain, which is also related to how you define the different actors in this context. But perhaps that is something that I can address a little bit more in detail later on during my own presentation.
Wonderful. So, that's the nice thing of today's flow, is that some of the answers will come later. Stay tuned. Okay, I think we're... No, one more? Thank you very much.
We're not sure. We can see it. Hi, Pedro. Are you listening? Yeah. So I have the role to present Pedro. Pedro is an engineer from FEUP. He has a master in electrics and computer engineer. He then completed his PhD in machine learning and information system. I believe he was supervised by Carlos. Yeah. He then went to a postdoc in Chicago, where he started working with explainable AI and had a start on those kinds of concerns. He's currently working in FIDSI. He's leading the explainable and responsible AI group. So FIDSI is a Portuguese startup that is concerned with making sure that financial transactions are secure and easy, and his role there is to make sure that that happens, but I believe he will explain how FIDSI does that. So welcome, so the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I have to
we
say
are not hearing your voice, so... What can we do?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So, no, not yet. Carlos went to the back office to see what is happening, so just give us 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Não sei se ele nos vê, ele vê-nos. Se calhar ele não está ligado. Sorry, Pedro.
No problem.
Pedro, can you try now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
No. É o teu computador, está a fazer a chamada? Então põe aqui para eu ver a audiência, não?
Pedro, olha se diz alguma coisa. Pedro?
Pedro? Fala.
Can you hear me?
Very...
It's problem with Carlos PC.
Não, o problema não pensa, porque lá dentro ele está a fazer chamada. A chamada está a ser feita lá dentro. Pedro, tenta agora, por favor.
Conseguem ouvir?
Não, eu só consigo no meu no portátil. Ouve-se num portátil, não se ouve no sistema de som. Eu estava a ver se aqui se conseguia primeiro no portátil. Sim, sim.
Teste.
Teste. Consegues ouvir, Carlos?
Pedro, tu não tens os settings, não consegues aumentar o volume do teu lado, porque nós ouvimos, mas muito baixinho.
Conseguem ouvir? Não, mas eu, do meu lado...
Não, no sistema de som nem conseguimos ouvir. Não, eu acho que o problema é aqui no sistema de som. No meu portátil, ouve-se normalmente.
Sim, quando eu falei no seu portátil, nós conseguimos ouvir para testar outra vez. E no seu portátil deram muitos. E falta o portátil. E vê se são na sala não. Eu testei e funcionou.
Ah, vou ligar o microfone, é? Sim, ok.
Eu liguei. Alô?
Consegues ouvir?
Engraçado, eu consigo ouvir. Mas deve ser o problema é do teu lado. Do teu lado, quer dizer, não sei.
Do meu lado, não. Conseguem ouvir-me? Eu posso-me tentar ligar aqui na sala.
Pedro, tenta sem os auscultadores, tenta no microfone do portátil, vê se dá. Porque nós...
Passa só um segundo, Carlos. Estou aqui numa sala e consigo ligar para a sala.
Agora não estamos a ouvir nada.
Admite-me na sala.
Ouvimos-te muito
Já, eu estou aí
baixinho.
noutra.
Nós ouvimos
Admite-me
muito
na
baixinho.
sala.
Portanto, dá a impressão que...
O host tem que me deixar entrar. Estão-me a ouvir?
Pedro, tenta agora, se faz favor.
Conseguem ouvir-me?
Baixinho, mas conseguimos, sim.
Então, eu estou no sistema agora.
Tu não consegues aumentar o volume do microfone do teu lado?
Posso tentar, mas aqui deve ser do vosso lado, porque nem aqui no sistema estão...
Olha, tu agora aproximaste do microfone, funcionou melhor. Puxa o microfone para perto de ti, ou então se calhar o teu portátil.
Conseguem ouvir-me?
Já está, agora já está. É isso que
É? Consegues só falar assim, ouves bem?
Sim, agora já está.
Ok, então eu paro o vídeo daqui e faço o vídeo daqui. Conseguem ouvir-me?
Sim, está ótimo, agora está ótimo.
Tá? Ok. Ouves bem? Eu estou a ouvir-te muito baixinho, mas...
Agora ouvimos bem.
Agora ouvimos bem, pronto. Ótimo. Então posso? Estou a ver todos, olá.
O Carlos está a tentar que tu vejas a sala.
Está perfeito assim.
Pronto, então siga.
All right.
So in English, yes.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Unfortunately, I could not be there due to some personal reasons. But it's with great pleasure that I'm here sharing some of the experience I've been going through in responsible AI research, in academia and in the industry. And it's really great to see so many faces of colleagues, professors, and mentors. So I'm going to share my screen. And also, I need to say that I'm always very proud of coming back to PhilP, and always very proud of being part of PhilP alumni network. So let's get started. Carlos asked me to give a non-technical overview of what is responsible AI in practice, especially in a product company. I work in FIDSI is a product company. So how can we embed responsible AI in a product? What have been the challenges, and some of stories, tips, recommendations that I can share with the rest of the audience. So just very briefly, for those of you that don't know, FIDSI is now a scale-up. So we probably cannot be considered anymore a startup. We are already 700 people and growing. We became a unicorn last year. And it's really a global company. You can see there are like 10 offices, 4 continents. We have clients in almost in every possible time zone. What FIDSI provides is a financial risk management platform. So it can be seen as a software as a service. And it's really about managing risk across financial services. And this includes really from the start onboarding. When people are applying to open a bank account, we are already scoring the risk of the application being fraudulent or not. Throughout life cycle of customer journey includes every time you try to place a payment, you make a transaction from businesses, individual customers. Also, something that is really catching up the last few years, money laundering. So really employing AI to detect suspicious activity, human trafficking, sanctions lists. We have recent cases of the war in Ukraine. So it's financial institutions are getting pressure to employ anti-money laundering capabilities. So that's how we provide a wide range of capabilities across the life cycle of management. And it's very proud of seeing that, this is actually the official slides that, Fidzai uses with prospects and clients and analysts. And these three pillars about human-centered AI, the central one, very proud of that, of, being in a company that really takes responsible AI as a cornerstone in the product stack. And we really aim to be responsible by design. And this is quite a challenge because, this is a generic overview of the architecture. Being software as a service or AI as a service company, it's very difficult it's a complex task to, as a product company, to control how the users use your product. So this is a really powerful, complex infrastructure that processes trillions of events, protects trillions of dollars of transactions worldwide. And, we need to make sure that users of the product don't get any wrongdoing, because it's very easy to, discriminate people based on certain locations, based on certain background. So how can we, as a product company, because we are not selling the service, we are selling the software, how can we make sure that our products are used responsibly and they are like that by design? So the first question is, why invest in responsible AI? So Fidzai has been working with explainability since 2015. And in fact, more direct investment in responsible AI started in 2019. I joined the company. We started a research group within the research department, and we have been influencing the company throughout the other departments, product, customer success, even sales, have been largely influenced by taking responsible AI as a cornerstone. And one could think that, responsible AI is an afterthought, is something that, is a burden, additional costs. But in fact, what we observe is that by being or trying to be responsible by design, we are in fact not only unlocking growth opportunities, it's a way of being a differentiator factor from other competitors, but also from a cost perspective. If we make sure that our systems work as intended, we are really mitigating the risk of having issues and troubles after deployment and while maintaining the systems. And, we had the previous presentation, really great to see different pillars, different examples. I'm not going to really delve in, concrete news stories. I think by now, it's very easy to Google about AI incidents, but in fact, the Partnership on AI realized that there were so many news stories that they even created an AI incidents database. So I really invite you to go and check these resources continuously being updated. And in our case, what actually means to have a financial crime prevention system that is biased? Imagine that you are in Brooklyn and you want to place a transaction. It can be paying a meal, trying to buy something online, and the risk of you getting blocked and not being able to place a transaction is 8 times, 10 times more higher. And you're a legit customer. I'm talking about a legit customer trying to make a transaction. you may have like 8 times more false positive rate than a same legit customer, but in Manhattan, for instance. So this is the type of things that actually impact. That is not about the people, is not about the behavior, it's just about the location. And this, of course, we know in US, location is a proxy for other social demographics, like income, racial distribution by zip code is really, segregation is really a thing in US. It's very easy to predict the probability of your skin color being brown or darker or wherever by zip code, for instance, or level of education. So, by blocking more legit customers through zip code, we may be indirectly blocking access to financial services, a discriminatory access to financial services. And in US, there is actually many anti-discrimination acts that consider financial services as essential services, and people have the right to have access of them regardless of religion, age, background, color, race, ethnicity, and so on. We also have seen examples of responsible AI principles. There are different flavors. They all cover some of the core aspects that include, fairness, explainability, transparency, observability, monitoring, making sure that systems are safe, that they are the privacy preserving, that there is human oversight, that humans can override and control and provide input to the data that AI is trained on. FIDSI also adopted these responsible AI principles. And why are those principles so important? Because, in product management, you are always making decisions. So you're always deciding what should we prioritize in a roadmap, why should we invest in a given feature, in a given functionality, and having principles, in this case about responsible AI, needs to really be there. When you're making decision, you're creating a decision-making framework on product development, having into consideration the implications of these principles when making the decisions. So it's not just about having a blog post saying that this is our principles, it's actually making sure that they are considered when making these product decisions. We're going to give you just an overview of our FATE research group. We are now 10 people, and we are in research. And I'll also explain why this started in research, because some of these technical issues are not completely solved from a technical engineering machine learning perspective. Some of these issues around fairness, explainability, robustness, dynamic environments, drift, observability, how to monitor models without labels in production. Most of these issues, they are not new, but they are also not solved. So that's why we need to have applied research within our scope to really tackle within our requirements, high throughput, low latency, highly unbalanced problems. We can have 0.1% fraud in a banking system. So how can we deal with this highly unbalanced? It's highly adversarial, the fraud. The concept is always shifting. Fraudsters are always adapting. And how can we make sure that our AI is not just robust to these conditions, but also have these properties that we are talking about, transparency, fairness, explainability, and so on. And some of our impact, I will share the slides with Carlos and João, so people can. I really invite you, to read, discuss. We are really always open to collaborations. We are producing patents and publications, and also innovations to product. We recently released our first open source package, and we have a few more in the making. So we expect this to really become a trend, because it's very hard to justify why do we have proprietary software or confidential software to audit and to create explanations. It is really against most of the principles that we strive in responsible AI. So we are also and the company is really eager in senior management to contribute to open source. And in fact, even the CEO of GameFace really commented on this package, which is producing sharp explanations for recurrent neural networks, which was something that was not there yet. And also with respect to the product, because I really want to pass a message that we are walking the talk. It's not just not that we are making lots of noise about responsible AI. We are really making sure that in our product there are functionalities that follow these principles and resolve some of these issues. So we have explanations not just for data scientists but from other personas, and we're talking about fraud analysts. Are the humans in the loop sometimes making the final decision? We need to understand why the model came up with a given risk score. We're talking about everything around monitoring. So most of the issues we have post-deployment have to do with data ingestion issues. Models get degrade over time. There is a field that gets corrupted. You don't see it right away because the features are not super relevant, super important in certain cases, but over time it starts to really, the performance gets degrading. But because we operate in a system in which we don't get the labels right away of the decisions, there is a delayed levels and maturity of labels that we know. So we just know that something is not fraud if nobody complains about it, and this takes time. So how can we make sure that we have in place mechanisms for monitoring that give us reliable indicators of system performance from inputs and from outputs, of course. Everything about governance. So it's becoming really, really a big thing, governance. So we operate in a highly regulated domain, very similar with healthcare, financial services. Central banks demand risk assessments, governance reports about models. There has to be a clearance just for the features. If you want to add a specific new input data, you have to get approval to get more features for your models. And making sure that this is not really a burden for data scientists, making sure that we actually strive to make the standard. Because in some geographies, some central banks ask certain type of regulation and some certain of checks and balances. In other geographies, other people may ask other things, and we are a global company and we need to support these different regulations. So we even strive to be even more strict with respect to analysis and standards, so it gets compliant everywhere. And something that I'm also very proud of, joint work with Carlos. It was actually, this work started from a master thesis, this fairness over hyperparameter optimization. And it's really great to see in less than 24 months, something that got from an idea on a whiteboard to actually a product and something being used by the largest financial institutions of the world is something that is really amazing about the impact. And this is, once again, was a collaboration with FIOP, and FIDSI was even awarded FinTech Breakthrough Award. And in this case, it was work from André Cruz, and André even received the IEEE and master thesis in engineering 2021 award from the Portuguese Association of Engineering. I think that's the name of the association. Anyway, so we also have audits for bias and fairness, and we even incorporate fairness into multi-objective approach when selecting and training models. So BCG, run this survey about why the, trendsetters in responsible AI, why those early adopters of responsible AI, why they were adopting it. And one would expect that either social responsibility and ECG is also something that we can even discuss if it makes sense to consider responsible AI part of ECG, but regulatory compliance would be something that, especially in this financial domain, would be the big reason why people would adopt responsible AI, why organizations would adopt. But in fact, these early adopters realize that it's all about business benefits in this case, because if we think about a system that is a black box, that neither the operators, neither the users using understand how the system performs, cannot really debug issues early on time. Everything around fairness and discrimination. Something that if you have these straight false positive rates across a subgroup of the population, is because the quality of your product is not that good in those subgroups. So there is actually opportunities of revenue stream that are missing in quality of service. And I'm not even, and I want to make this implicit, I'm not even saying that because it's the right thing to do. Of course, it's the right thing to do. I'm even considering here from an organizational perspective, for-profit organizations in the private sector, from a business benefits of incorporating responsible AI is actually something that and even considering attracting and retaining talent. And before going to challenges, I cannot resist to share some of the principles or the frameworks of thought that, even started, I started working on these 5 years ago, almost, time flies. And, working with Raid Ghani in public policy, social impact projects is something that when I came to the private sector, I realized is actually the same. Is what's the point of making sure that your models are fair and then you have a rule that just blocks transactions that comes from a given zip code or comes from a given country or whatever. So it's about the whole systems, about software. It's about the humans that operate with the system. Because you may have, there is this concern about AI being biased, but, first of all, humans are biased. So why also not monitoring and evaluating humans' decision-making in the first place? Because for the end subjects, what matters is the actions and the outcomes. It doesn't really matter if it was an AI or a human that made the final decision. So we need to make sure that humans are also accountable in decision making, and also about the action. So, a machine learning model in a given, predictive task, you have a test set, you have a performance metric, you can even measure some subgroup performance for fairness. But a model by itself is innocuous. What really affects people are the actions that are informed by the model. So different actions may affect different people differently. So you can think about customer support, or a bank calls customers because transactions are flagged as high risk. So the fraud analysts, they want to verify with people if they're actually making those transactions, and they just support English language verification. In US, Spanish-speaking population is really large, and these will be highly discriminatory actions. So the same model, same predictions, but if the subject speaks English or if the subject doesn't speak English, the actions will have different outcomes and will affect people differently. So it is really important that when we are designing systems, we bring the actions and the outcomes into consideration when performing risk assessment. Another thing that I also can't resist, and almost in every presentation I make, I have this, is I hear often it's all about the data. The data is biased. We need better data, and everything will be fixed with data. Actually not. So data is just an artifact, reflects biases that are in the world. But every single decision we make when building a system will introduce some sort of bias. We are always making trade-offs. Missing values. How are we going to impute the missing value? Are we going to use the average? Are we going to use zero? Are we use models that can treat missing values? All of that will introduce some sort of bias. The metrics we use to optimize our point of operations for binarization and threshold. In fraud detection, there is no such a thing as a 0.5 score. We don't make binary predictions based on 0.5. We actually need to deploy systems on a specific ROC point. So there is a budget for attrition, there is a budget for false positives, and it's limited. So we often operate in points on the ROC curve that are below 1% FPR, sometimes even below 0.1% FPR. So measuring the bias in 0.1% FPR is not the same as using AOC or using 0.5 threshold. So all of these small business decisions when scoping the projects will affect the way the system affects end subjects. Human review, training of humans using the system, running A/B testing on humans the actions, really understanding how punitive and how severe the actions are. Maybe we can have temporary blacklists of credit cards. Maybe we need to reach out to the customer. Maybe we will really just freeze or block an IP address. And these will be reflected in the outcomes that will later populate the world. And what this creates is a huge feedback loop. And sometimes there is a problem that is a challenge about selective labels. So the rejection inference problem, in which in many cases, when we decline a transaction, we never know if it was actually fraud. And how do we treat selective labels when retraining models? So these technical issues are things that is about the whole system, is not about just the data. Because really, by measuring independence in variables and thinking that the data is a representative, we may even end up with, due to variance, of course, we may end up with a biased decision-making system. Also, I invite you, so big tech is starting now to get out standards. So I really invite you to have a check. It's a really beautiful document. It's a responsible AI standard from Microsoft. And the first actually consequence was last week. Consequence was that they will no longer develop or pursue any research on emotion detection with images, but they will simply stop researching emotion detection from computer vision. This is just an example of they operating the standards. Also, I think we will also talk about regulation today. I don't really want to dwell too much on the proposal that will be put in place. If you have naive, high expectations, I want to curb your enthusiasm, because as with GDPR, this is very vague. It's proper of the EU legislation. There will be really vague, open to discussion means of compliance. Also, I highlighted here the way they are going with categorizing applications that are risk and low risk, and not so much the systems themselves, which is also a risk, I would say. More than saying that in this area is definitely always high risk, I definitely recommend to really assess each type of product independently, but okay, that's the way it will be. But think about essential private and public services would be for sure considered high risk. And now, just very briefly, just sharing some of them of something that we learned, which was Facebook and Meta created this open loop initiative. If you are working in small startups, I really recommend you can really apply to participate in these open loop initiatives. It's creating a regulatory sandbox. So imagine what they are doing is they hire third-party consultancy firms that elaborate what would be a regulatory piece, and we try to implement that regulatory piece to see what would be the impact. And this is, of course, to lobby and to inform the EU Commission about the impacts of doing this. We participated last year, and I want to share some of the understandings that I got from that. So anticipating a little bit what will happen within the EU regulation. So basically, what it implies that before you build a product, and they are going to use automated decision-making system, so it's really broad. It's not just AI; it can be software and rules. It's a bunch of if statements also fall under this new regulatory piece. So it's really to assess the risks on rights and freedoms of natural legal process. So whatever are we building, how that will affect people that will use that product or be affected by that decision making. And really also consult with stakeholders, including subjects, which is something that is not often the practice, but it's very good that they are trying to include that. And then you'll assess if it's high risk or low risk. If considered high risk, there is a bunch of checks that we need to do, from data provenance assessment, of course, everything that has to do with GDPR and consent has to be there, but really justifying all the decisions in the ML pipeline, of course, running bias audits. Just a side note, it was very curious to see that in the first draft of the document, the EU Commission was saying that you cannot be unfair, but you can also not collect demographic data. So how can you know if you are being unfair or not if you cannot use demographic data? Fortunately, they realize the loophole and already fix it, and you can use demographic data for fairness assessments. And then you have to perform and prove that you're doing some risk mitigation. If not, you really need to go and consult supervisory authority to really discuss case by case. If everything is fine, you can deploy, but it's also very good to see that regulation is enforcing after deployment continuous auditing. So it's good to see that. Very quickly, some of the challenges. The first one, I'll say ethics washing and shallowness. It's very good to see many people talking about this. It's really hard to discuss ethics and responsible AI and trustworthy AI and so on. Every major company, you go to the blogs and there is a blog post about ethics. There is a blog post about responsible AI. But it's really important to walk the talk and to something that for us, and I can say us, engineers or people working in engineering, is we are not really qualified to make the decisions. Our role is really to make sure that the decisions can be informed for the people making the decisions. So we often try to act like gods and say, oh, this is wrong, this is what needs to be done, is making sure that we have the right frameworks and we collect the signals and we have robustness and reliability and mechanisms to incorporate fairness and explainability, but defining what is the right fairness metric, defining what means to be interpretable is something that is not just for engineering or data scientists. It's a multidisciplinary approach, and it's not just about diversity of backgrounds. It's really about we have a limited skill set as everyone else. So it's really important to have broader from legal, from public policy, from UX, from product, different people take into consideration how to make decisions around developing responsible products. Then it's something that is crucial, is sponsorship from senior management. This is one is obvious, right? So if senior management, C-level, board level, if they don't see responsible AI as something that worth investing, it's very hard to create business cases for having a product or a feature included in the product. So this is, of course, crucial. Then the one that I really want to challenge the audience is about education and training. We know that machine learning is always rapidly evolving. There are always new topics coming. Now we have large language models, and people may think, oh, this is just a fad. This will be temporary. Education needs to be about ground fundamental topics, and I definitely agree with that. But responsibility, trustworthiness, ethics is not a fad. It's a fundamental concept that, unfortunately, worldwide, there are still scarce offering on courses to give frameworks and tools for engineers to really learn to think about ethics as a framework. And engineers are really uncomfortable with vague environments and navigating ambiguity. And ethics is all about ambiguity and vague environments. So it's really important that we don't have that mindset of this is just a metric to optimize, and then it becomes something that I will use as a KPI. Is good to have that engineering mindset, but we need to be, powered by frameworks that we can really assess trade-offs. And I really challenge you in the audience to really consider not as an optional course, but really as mandatory, and even in bachelor level, to equip younger generations with tools to make informed decisions. Of course, tools and methodologies. Each one is responsible for that. Open sourcing, big tech is working on that, but maybe it should not just be big tech developing the tools and methodologies. So it's very important that universities and public and academia really help with developing methodologies and tools around this. And then research, because as I said before, we need sponsorship from senior management because some of these issues are still open, and we need to invest in research how to tackle some of these issues. So research is always a challenge in these topics, and not because we have SHAP, we must assume that we have interpretable systems, which also kind of, I can say, mistake that we often do, that we come up with a method and we assume the problem is solved, and definitely sharp explanations as an example of something that has many issues as well. So we need to keep investing in research in these topics. And I really believe that in the future we can drop the name responsible and we'll just talk about AI, because why can we have AI that is not responsible and AI that is responsible? Who wants to buy AI that is not responsible when we have AI that is responsible? So I hope really in the future that we drop the responsible from the name, and I think it will happen. And with this, I just end this presentation.
So, thank you, Pedro, for the very nice presentation. Are there questions, please?
Hi, Pedro. Nice to hear from you again. Are you listening?
Let me just come closer to the speakers so I can hear you better.
Well, it's my question is a very simple one. I would like to know if in your FitSci products, if the AI component is a kernel component, is it crucial? Is it just complementary, or can it be discarded at all? What happens?
That's a very good point. So, and that's also why I insist that we need to consider the whole system when thinking about responsible AI. So, yeah, I can say that it varies, and it also depends on the maturity of the financial institution. There are definitely use cases in which we can deploy just a rules engine system. By design, by default, there is AI component that is core. The risk models are core of the event processing, but there are some deployments in which the AI is not being used directly in the beginning. Imagine in the beginning where there are no labels, there is no data, there is a new product that is being launched, a new geography. It may be moments in which, or periods of time in which in the beginning there is just a rules engine deployed before the model.
Thank you. I have one question, because you said in the beginning that FitSci sells products, not services. So it's more challenging to have products that incorporate all what you have said than if you were selling a service that you could somehow make sure that things are done properly. So can you elaborate a bit on that? How do you ensure that your products are able to be responsible?
That's a very, very good point. Thank you for I really like to develop that point. In the way we think about responsible AI is about risk assessment. So it's always risk management in the sense that it's not financial risk management or fraud or AML, I think, but risk management in the sense that we cannot guarantee a given outcome. And this is, I would say that in almost every application of AI, we may have a fraction of a certainty. So what we can do is to mitigate the risk of misuse or misbehave. So one of the things that we have are guardrails. So when people are really making decisions, changing parameters of the system, on the way the risk strategy is being deployed, because we have a workflow engine that you can combine different inputs, outputs, and so on, is really have, first from a UX perspective, that we have guardrails with warnings, and really there is different user levels of permissions for people to change some of these parameters. Not every user of a platform can use it, so it needs to escalate to a more admin maintainer kind of role. The other thing that we also do is, by striving to be responsible by design, is that we offer fairness awareness, for instance, by design. So people really need to turn it off explicitly. So people are constantly choosing to not optimize for fairness, either because they don't have data or because they decide not to do so. So this is also some of the steps of mitigation that we have. And of course, the governance reports that we make automatically have a component for fairness. And they say that when people don't audit fairness, there is no fairness has been measured in the governance report. So these small but important UX mechanisms that try to mitigate the risk of misbehaving, but as an event processing system, there is always the risk of not doing so. But also we have continuous checkpoints with clients. So clients report often how they use the system. So we can ask them optimize the usage of the system. So when doing these checkpoints, we also consider these aspects.
Okay.
So training and education of clients is very important.
So one more question.
Hello, Pedro. So you mentioned that one of the benefits that companies are taking from using responsible AI is business, not just compliance and so on. So does that mean, so for instance, how is the team that you lead evaluated in terms of what kind of goals does the company set for your team? Are there goals concerning developing products, also financial returns? Can you say something about it?
Well, that's something that I'm really open to share, which is, and I cannot go away without a football analogy. So let's go for it. So this is like, Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. They are great while they score. If they stop scoring, you stop being great. So in the private sector and in the company, it's the same. You always need to deliver. You always need to prove the impact. So you get funds to get one more year of investment on your team and infrastructure and so on. So although our KPIs, direct KPIs, are measured about impact on transferring to products, IP protection, and adoption from clients. So we also, because and I'm happy to then, even one day having a presentation about our research operating model, but we have KPIs for IP, KPIs for transfer to product, but also KPIs on the usage of the things we transfer to product. So we also help customer success, we work with clients how to operationalize, think about fairness-aware hyperparameter optimization. How can we help clients adopt it, and how do they need to configure it? Because it's something new, and even the education process. But about the Cristiano Ronaldo and the scores kind of analogy, there is impact in the business that is directly linked to some of these innovations. So although we are not directly evaluated on that impact, those case success stories, we use that on senior management sponsorship and request for initiatives and for funding and so on.
Okay, thank you. Anyone has questions? No? So thank you very much, Pedro.
Okay, thank you.
So now, first thing, which I hope is obvious, is that I'm not Ana Aguiar, but unfortunately Ana couldn't come. So I'll be presenting the student session, where we'll have 4 master theses being presented and then 2 assignments, if I'm not wrong. And I really hope the students know how to manage this, because I don't, right? So Claudia, you're first, right?
No. Good afternoon, all. I'm giving you a quick overview about the work I'm developing right now. So the project I'm developing consists of an AI-based cancer characterization using SME-supervised learning algorithms. This characterization could be performed with several different types of cancer, but the focus of this project is lung cancer. Starting with motivation for the work itself. As some of you may know, although lung cancer is not the most common cancer in terms of new cases, it is way by far the leading cause of cancer-related deaths. And when a patient is diagnosed with this kind of cancer, depending on the stage, he has several treatments available, being target therapies the most promising ones with better clinical outcomes, because they are based on a new type of drugs that, as the name states, target specific genes and mutations that cause cancer. In lung cancer, there are several mutations that are already linked to lung cancer, and the most common one, and that already have approved target therapies, is EGFR. And for a patient to be a candidate for this type of treatments, it must be performed a full characterization that usually it's done with a biopsy. Although this characterization is done with biopsy, and although besides it is a really invasive procedure, also sometimes more than one or several biopsies are needed for a full characterization. With this in mind, computer-aided diagnosis can have the potential, can be the key to perform this characterization using CT scans that are already collected during the clinical routine for assess the cancer itself. Relating to medical imaging, deep learning is the state of the art, but the problem is that it usually requires huge amounts of data that are difficult to collect in the medical field. When I'm saying a huge amount of data is labeled data with the labels that are required for the characterization. But on the other hand, raw image, this is the CT scans itself without the information about the labels, are usually easier to acquire. And for this reason, the use of SME-supervised learning algorithms that could incorporate both label and unlabeled data can be the key to overcome this problem of scarcity of data. So briefly, the objective of my thesis was to develop a method that would use both label and unlabeled data to perform this characterization to assess a gene mutation status using CT scan images. And then compare it with the full supervised one, a method developed only with label data. About the data that I had at hand, so I had two data sets, a small one with labels, and as usually happens when we are dealing with pathologies, it's imbalance, and then a bigger one, the one on the right, that is bigger. It could be bigger, but with some inclusion criteria, it's still around 700 patients, and it is the unlabeled data set. About the methodology itself that I'm using. So this is not yet fully known, even by the clinicians, which tissues, or even if any, tissues and structures may be affected and can display the mutations induced by these transformations induced by these mutations. I choose to use an holistic analysis. This is using the entire region of the lung instead of being focused only on the tumor region. To tackle this supervised learning approach, there are different methods that could be used, but to explore the power of the adversarial training, I choose to use a GAN architecture, a generative adversarial network. And you can see in the image a traditional GAN architecture that had to be adapted for this classification problem. And this can be done in two different ways. The first one, by changing only the output layer, instead of having a binary classification being true or false, an image being true or false, have like an n+1 classification with the n classification labels that we have, in my case only 2, and an additional label that displays the probability of an image being false. The second option, and is the one I'm working with, it represents, like, we can say that it's a discriminator and a classifier that share a common backbone, a common feature extraction layers, and then they have two different output layers, one for each of, in my case, binary classification tests. As GANs are really difficult to train, most of you must be aware of that, as they are really difficult to train, both in terms of stability and convergence. Instead of using this traditional architecture that starts with some random noise, some random vectors, I choose to stack an encoder on the top of the generator that receives real images, transform it into latent vectors, and these latent vectors are then fed to generators, so avoiding this random initialization. And now, at present, the work I'm developing consists of, already I have chosen this architecture, so I'm dealing with different variations of this architecture, trying to achieve the best classification for the task at hand. Thank you. No.
So just in this part, there will be no questions, but next we're going for the coffee break. So if you have questions for the students, they will be happy to answer that, okay?
Okay, so now we're going to change a little bit the topic. We're going to pass through cancer to beer. So my thesis is about reconciling prediction in the regression setting, an application Portuguese brewery industry, full disclosure to Superboc. But underneath this title, there is a more concrete question: is how can we create insights for marketing and commercial team to improve our sales, to convince you to buy more products from our company. So giving you a little bit of context, fast-moving consumer goods, it's a very extreme market, very volatile, in constant shaping. So it's very difficult to operate in this kind of market. So producing insights is key to keep on top of our performances. And this is kind of a roadmap that we use in Superboc if you want to send some innovation into the market. So it's a very complicated thing to navigate through. And in these kind of businesses, we have mainly two channels, if you might be aware. We have off-trade channels, big retailers, and we have on-trade channels where you do on-premises consumption, for example, restaurants, bars, hotels, and so on. So having a tool that correctly and accurately predict monthly shares, for example, shares being a KPI that we use in Superboc, could be a game changer. So we can pass from a corrective behavior to a proactive one. And for this, you can use forecast, or at least explainable forecast. That could be the biggest game changer to produce insights and retrieve all these insights. Obviously, the thing that in here we are trying to do is not to produce the model itself, it's what are the insights that we can retrieve from the model. So at the end of the day, the C-level is not going to be interested in how accurate you're going to do the forecasts, but how well we can explain them. But to get there, we need to pass through all these components. So you can see that almost in every FMCG, you have an hierarchy. So from bottom to top, you can see that we have different packaging materials that aggregate into a sub-brand that you can sum to a brand, and then you can sum to the company, and then you can sum all of the competitors in the market to total market beer. So this is going to be a problem if you want to produce accurately, forecast accurately for each level. For example, the base idea in here is, it's obviously that once you do the review of the monthly sales, you're going to start to add up and everything going to be okay, right? But once you try to do the add up of forecast, that's not going to be the case. So you need also, actually, besides the model, you need also to find a way to reconcile all the forecasts from the bottom to top, or vice versa. So this is one of the main objectives of the work, is which model could work better in this case, in these scenarios, and how can we reconcile everything to produce the most accurate forecast, and which insights can we retrieve from it. A quick methodology, it's quite straightforward. So data collection, pre-processing, EDA, and the rule 60 to 80% of my time was spent in here, not big surprises. After that, feature engineering played a major role in my work. So this is the key to produce insights, fruitful insights for the commercial and marketing team. After that, we compared a bunch of models that we can just handpick from, for example, M5 competition, use a benchmark, for example, ARIMA, compare, select them for the different hierarchical levels, and then choose the best reconciling operation that you have at hand. At the end, we have some results. This is a very particular case of results. I'm sorry for the lack of information. It's on purpose, obviously. So this is a particular type of brand beer that we are observing in here. And as you can see, the pandemic had a huge effect, which is we have a more or less mature market, and all of a sudden the trend starts to increase. So the shape of seasonality starts to flatten, and this is a major problem to produce accurate forecasts. So this was key to produce the appropriate features to then feed the model. After that, we can see how well the model starts to forecast, considering the baseline. Okay, so this is with a few of standard features, like a few lags, a few differences, a few statistic features that were created. After that, based on the data analysis and also some external variables, some KPIs that we use inside the company. And then we start to think that was a general model, and then we need to go deep into the hierarchy. So this is a snapshot of all of, not all, but 80% of time series that I was working with. So they are very, very different. Depends on the strategy that you have. For example, in and out products are very used to create dynamism inside the company, but they have only sales in a specific time frame of the year. So try to forecast everything and reconcile everything together. It's a mess. And on this plot, on your right, you can see how well the reconciliation step worked. So the blue dots are the original forecasts, and then we have the red dots that are the reconciled ones that approaches the results to the line which are the real values. So there are still a lot of work to be done. This is only for a specific brand. We have waters, we have ciders, and we have all the competitors in the market to do the same thing, to retrieve insightful information, to then fine-tune how our commercial and marketing team is going to be working. And that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is not as cool as the previous ones. I'm going to talk to you about prediction of shell finite element stresses using convolutional neural networks. I guess most of you are wondering what finite elements are. I know that Miguel isn't. So the finite element method is a popular numerical method for solving differential equations. It's typically used in many areas of engineering, such as structural analysis, heat transfer, fluid flow, etc. Finite element models are usually computationally demanding, and its main assumption, and most importantly for this presentation, is the assumption that this method splits a large system into a mesh of simpler parts called the finite elements. So picking up from here, we know that in this case a structure using the finite element method is discretized in the smaller parts. We also know that the pictures as we know them, or images, are also a discretization of the real world. So We also know that CNNs are widely known to work well with images. So the main idea of this thesis is to use CNNs, given this resemblance, to work with finite elements as well. So how am I doing that? We know that regular picture is composed by a set of channels, in this case, red, green, and blue. So the idea is to replicate this analogy using for the prediction of a map like that one, using features of the model. Oops, sorry. So I developed a data set of 18,000 models like that one on the picture. This is the correspondence to the model for the feature maps itself. So for instance, the geometry is the contour of the finite elements. The loads are the pink arrows, and the supports that tiny triangles, and then the results, it's direct. So this is a picture of the model of my top performer model. It's an encoder-decoder type of model with a bunch of convolutional layers, some residual squeeze and excitation blocks, and some tricks there at the end. I'm not going to elaborate much on that. Here's a good example of one result. Of course, I'd have to pick a good one for this presentation. Those two last plots show the error, but at different scales. So the one on the left shares the same scale as the ground truth. It's a clean sheet in that case. And the one on the right is like a close-up, so we can see that there are actual errors. In this case, it's still a good result, but not as good. We can see already some artifacts in the error plot. And finally, this slide kind of sums up the progress that I've been making. Right now, I'm still finishing the training of the models, followed by the analysis of the results, and then the conclusions. And that's it from my side.
Okay, so my name is Rafael, and I'm doing the thesis on data, machine vision, and reinforcement learning for explainable and safe autonomous driving of platooning vehicles. So to give you a bit of context why I chose this theme is basically because the self-driving cars has been really growing in the last few years, and a hot topic is about the platooning vehicles. So because this can have a lot of benefits for the logistics and for the supply chain. So imagine having trucks being driven based on platooning. With this, we can basically increase efficiency. So we have one driver driving more than one truck, so we can deliver more in the same time, as well as take the advantage of the tunnel air to reduce the carbon footprint and reduce the fuel consumption, and finally increase the safety on the road by having less humans driving. Typically, the approach for a self-driving car is to use a lot of sensors, mainly LiDARs, radars, cameras, GPS, and then this information is going to be processed by an algorithm that is going to take a decision. But the question is, what if when we only have vision information available? So the objective of this thesis is to use a monocular camera to perceive the environment. Basically, we are going to use techniques such as image segmentation to split the image into the different objects present on it. And we are going to use also transfer learning to predict the distance to the leader. And then we are going to have a reinforcement learning algorithm to take a decision. Basically, those are two kinds of decisions, one for the steering part, another one for the throttle or the brake part. So as I'm saying, we are going to have, in this case, two agents, one for each action. The innovation factor here is to only have the monocular camera to perceive the environment and follow the leader, and using explainable AI. So we are going to be able to explain why our reinforcement algorithm is taking certain decision. All of this is done in a simulator called Carla. So starting with the steering part, so basically, and this is the image from the simulator, we are seeing the leader, and our car is going to retrieve this image. This image is going to pass into an autoencoder, then is going to segment the image into different objects, and we are going only to focus on the car, on our leader. So doing some matrix manipulation, we can extract two binary features, the left and the right. So basically, when left is 1 and right is 0, it means that the leader is on the left of our agent. When left is 0, right is 1, then the leader is on the right of our agent. And finally, when both are 0, it means that we are aligned with the leader. In the way that we define the state, it's impossible to have 1-1 for obvious reasons. When we have this state, so we are going to pass this into our reinforcement learning algorithm. It's a proximal policy optimization. It's based on neural network with one input layer, several hidden layers, and finally one output layer, which has 3 nodes and a softmax activation function that is going to produce the probability of taking one of the possible actions, going straight, turn left, or turn right, and our agent will pick the one with the highest probability. Moving to the explainability for the steering, so we can see that we are using shape values for this. The turn left and turn right actions are symmetric, so basically when left is 1, our agent will turn left. When right is 1, our agent will turn right. And when one of them is 1, the probability of going straight is lower. So basically when both are 0, the probability of going straight is higher. Moving to the throttle part, or throttle / brake. So the process is the same, but then we are only focused on the leader, and we are using this image to predict the distance to the leader. So we take the advantage of transfer learning to help speed up the training process. And in this case, you are using exception. Basically, you are removing the last layer, which is an output layer with 1,000 nodes with a softmax activation function 4 because of the ImageNet dataset. And here we are using only one node with a linear activation function to predict the distance. Once we have the distance, we also have the previous distance and our velocity, and this is going to be the state for the second agent. In this case, the algorithm is the same, but in this case, the output layer is not going to be a 3 nodes with softmax activation function, but one node with a 10 activation function. That it's going to produce a value between -1 and 1, and when the value is above 0, it means that we are going to accelerate on the intensity of the value predicted, and when the value is below 0, we are going to brake on the same intensity. The explainability for this part. So basically, when the distance are higher, the probability of accelerating is also higher because we want to keep a certain distance to the leader. And when our velocity is higher, the probability of braking is also higher because we want to keep a safe distance for the leader. And now it's a show time, so I have basically a video to show you our agent playing around in the simulator and following the leader.
Desta adotar no âmbito das negociações com a MDSE e o subsistema de saúde da função pública, atuando de forma coletiva com a participação da associação que os representa, os grupos de saúde conseguiram preços e condições mais favoráveis. A Autoridade da Concorrência analisou também o que se passou quando a ADSE exigiu a redução das despesas faturadas a mais em 2015 e 2016 e concluiu que os privados coordenaram a suspensão e ameaça de denúncia da convenção celebrada com o subsistema de saúde, isto para tentar impedir a regularização da faturação. Por prática concertada restritiva da concorrência, o regulador decidiu agora aplicar uma coima total de mais de 190 milhões de euros. A Associação Portuguesa de Hospitalização Privada foi a primeira a reagir, anunciando que vai recorrer da decisão. O grupo Luta muito grande que não cometeu qualquer infração ao direito da concorrência e não deixará por isso de exercer o direito de defesa. A CUF do Grupo Melo também rejeita a decisão da Autoridade da Concorrência que diz estranhar elementares, anunciando que vai avançar com o recurso para o total esclarecimento da verdade e reposição da justiça.
Ficou o facto com os imediatos assim, há algo que ali. Aos 128 dias de pista do último grande centro urbano do Donbass, do oeste do
No Twitter, as imagens confirmam o fogo da artilharia russa sobre Lysychansk, que revelam já a alegada retirada das tropas ucranianas do último centro urbano da região de Lugansk. Cidade do leste da Ucrânia é atacada atualmente em 4 frentes pelas forças russas. O escopo oficial já conquistou a refinaria de outras populações estratégicas nos arredores.
Можливо, Російська Федерація продовжує активне наступлення в районі Лисичанська.
Tornaram entre si a estratégia e o posicionamento a adotar no âmbito das negociações com a MDSE e o sistema de saúde.
Hello, good afternoon. So we have been doing this project in cosmetic online store. So our idea was to predict the customer purchasing behavior and of course to try to increase the sales. Okay. So it was our methodology. We have been using all of those softwares and technologies to try to identify the customer behavior. So we got a 2 years data set, and we got those numbers. It was more than 1 million order lines, more than 300,000 unique customers, and we identified that only 14% of those customers used to buy again in this company. So the idea was to understand what happens and to try to make these numbers better. So we have divided our project in 3 parts. The first one to understand the data set. Secondly, to try to identify clusters, and then to have a classification. In clustering, when you saw the data set for the first time, we got like 23 features, and it was not enough to have the information we wanted. Then we produced more than 50 new features, and with those data, and we have found four clusters to show to the client with some recommendations. So we identify our best customers. It was that purple line, and the blue one was our target. And the red one and the green one, they were sporadic. So our idea was to make this blue one to become a best customer. And then we showed to our client how to try to do that. And it looks quite simple, but you should remember that we have 300,000 clients in this data set. So we have tried about 6 different techniques to get those numbers. Finally, we test 9 different algorithms to try to do the classification. And after everything, we got 2 great results, 2 naive Bayes and 2 Adabos algorithms. It's 22% and 19% predictability. So what it means, if the client do nothing, he will find 14% of recurrence. So if he spend money doing some market advertising or whatever, he will be having 14% of the clients buying back. But with those recommendations, it could be like 22% or 19%, depends of the technique they use. We have decided to find, to look for new features, and we have found this using the neural network. It would become the 23 in about 70% of assertivity. So that was quite a good number, and of course 23 is better than 14. The main problem we got, it was the data set was really unbalanced. So it was very difficult to work with those numbers. So our recommendation also is for them to have better information in order to provide, to get better classification accuracy. Thank you. So the graph shows that the test and training model was quite good, even with this unbalanced data set. We also did we create some association rules, so to tell to the client, to the customer, if he brought a shampoo, so why not to brought a soap? So these were our results. And when the client go to the website, when he choose some product, it show another product that makes sense to them to have. And here were our recommendations to the business, and to look to the clustering. So they could be working with the best customers for them, and to try to make those target clients in the best customers also. Not to spend so much money with these sporadic customers, and to use our recommendation system in order to suggest new products to the client also, to make it to buy a little bit more. So that's it. Thank you.
We are waiting. So I'm going to take the extra minute just to introduce the team. So we are 5. My name is João Pedro. Pedro is here with me, and I'm going to talk about predictive model for classification of engagement of candidates or applicants to a job in a job matchmaking site. Okay. So, sorry for the delay, technical issues. So, so we, like I said, we want to predict if a candidate engages with a company that has published in the website. So the process is the candidate applies obviously in the website. Then there is an initial review by the site's management, and they can reject immediately the application if necessary. But then it goes through a company review, who is the client of the website. And finally, there is a decision either to engage or to reject. So this will be our successful or unsuccessful states of our classifier. So we put ourselves as business goals to predict at the moment of application if an applicant will engage with the company, and moreover to give for the company's profit the idea if the candidate is going to be successful or not in the application later on. So we followed the CRISP methodology. We started with business understanding, data understanding, data preparation. From these, we result from the feature engineering part. We had 29 features, mainly on the skills, if the applicant has the skills appropriate for the job. Also on location, is the job and the candidate on the same location, the experience level, how many competitors, and also time features, for example, on how often the company reviews applications. This was a relevant feature for the process. Next, we entered in the modeling phase. We had 10 algorithms that we considered here. We had 6 data sets I'm going to explain in a few seconds. Then we obviously had to do hyperparameter tuning with machine learning tools and grid search. And we evaluated those models on 4 metrics: the F1 score, the ROC area under the curve, recall, and also this Breer score loss that gives the quality of the applicant's application. So in terms of modeling, we started with an imbalanced data set, a curated data set of 15 to 85% imbalance. Then we had 2 splits for the data set. So we had a random split, a stratified random split, where we left scikit-learn do the split. And then we also used a sorted split, where we guaranteed that the same candidates for a given job are either all of them in the training set or in the testing set. And then we combined these 2 splits with 3 techniques for modeling. One where we use the imbalanced data set, one where we use oversample, another one where we use the undersample. So we have 6 data sets to test. And then we applied the 10 algorithms and the stratified 5-fold cross validation to get the best models for each one of these algorithms. And we did an evaluation or an optimization on these 3 metrics. And from them, you have 180 models, if I remember correctly. And then finally, we picked up the best one to do feature selection, where we use backward and forward floating selection. So these are the results for the 6 data sets on when we optimize them for the FE1 score. We have same pictures for ROC area under the curve and recall. And I'm presenting here the results on ROC area under the curve, and you see that ROC area under the curve is more or less uniform, although obviously some better than the other ones. So the random forest bootstrap class weighting, it's one of the best. XG boost is also very good. This is ROC area under the curve. When you look at the recall is relevant because that's where you identify the positive cases in an imbalanced data set is very important. So the random forest behave better than all the other ones, except perhaps naive Bayes. And we see that in the imbalanced data sets, random forest actually reigns all over the other ones. So the next step was to look at sequential feature selections. So we start here. I'm showing only the backward selection. We start with 27, and we realize that when you have 13, that you have actually better results for the F1 score, and this also for the other metrics. And finally, we tested the sensitivity of each algorithm to the optimization metric. And for here you don't see very well. So here So each one here represents F1 score, recall, or rock area under the curve. You realize that the rock area under the curve is rather insensitive, that F1 score is a bit more but less. The oversampling data sets are the ones that are more sensitive, and that the recall definitely has a sensitivity, particularly in the oversampled data sets, although for the unbalanced data set, which is the more daily occurrence, it works actually quite good. So as conclusions, so we were successful in creating machine learning models for successfully identify candidates with engagement. Random forest, bootstrap, class weighting, XGBoost seems to be the more robust algorithms. Overfitting, we believe there is some overfitting of the trained datasets. The results I'm showing you here is just from the test datasets. In the trained datasets, we have better results, though the results are modest, obviously, which is not so surprising for such imbalanced datasets. And also we got some recognitions for the company that we can help them sort candidates by interest for the companies. And we hope with this to help them optimize their time at the company. Thank you very much for your attention. And
So thank you to all the students for the presentations. So as João said in the beginning, one of the goals was for us was also to show what kind of results, what kind of learning happens here in our masters. I think those were very good examples in all cases. But now I think it's time for a coffee break, and we'll be back at 5:10 for the panel discussion. So I hope to see you all in a few.
Got a feeling we are gonna win. Our bodies make it perfect, and your eyes can make me swim. Then again, everything seems new. I can barely hold my tongue, to say the least. I'm into you. And your eyes are saying more than we can talk, and warmer than a bedroom spot. And your thighs, your kisses from the outside, girl, that's all I need. I'll take you down the other road to breathe in something more. I find it harder to ignore the things I want you for. I know you don't want, I know you can sing. The music was at the start. The rhythm was all I needed to hear. A woman can treat my heart.
Is that your knee resting on? Can you feel them?
When we're pressing ear up to your breast, I can hear the rhythm start. It's hard to tell our beats apart. So I hope you're listening right now, 'cause I can barely hold my tongue. The shit we do could warm the sun at night. twisted in a melting fall and sleeping with the scratching claws and your words. Let me know you're feeling me and seeing all the things I see. I'll take you down the other road to breathe in something more. I find it harder to ignore the things I want you for. I know you don't want, I know you can sing. The music was at the start. The rhythm was all I needed to hear. A woman can treat my heart. I know you don't want, I love you can't sing. The music was at the start. The rhythm was all I needed to hear. A woman can treat my heart. Greed is on the lady, it's on the bone. Greed is on the lady, whoa, it's time to fall. Naked on the bedroom, we died alone. Breathing on my baby, whoa, it's not my fault. It's not the money, it's not her fault. Naked on the bedroom, oh, I should've known. My baby, I've been a fool. Now the sound of loving is old and somehow gone. Who said not to leave? Never known a boy to be so mean. Another soul lost in love, holding on and on. Oh, she lost on me, not enough to last on love. Oh, greed got to me, holding on and on. It's on the bottle, it's on the coat. Greed is in the waiting, oh, waiting to fall. Waiting in the bedroom, I die alone. Waiting on my baby, oh, it's not my fault. It's not the honey, she's on her knees. Naked in the bedroom, oh, I should've known. My baby, I've been a fool. Now the sound of loving is old and somehow gone. Who said not to leave? Never known a boy to be so mean. Another soul lost in love, holding on and on. Oh, she lost on me, not enough to last on love. Oh, greed got to me, holding on and on. get down, good lord. Baby got 'em open all over town. Strictly biz, don't play around. Cover much ground, got game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day to play away. I can't get her out of my mind. I think about the girl all the time. East side to the west side, pushing fat rides, it's no surprise. She got a text in the stash, stacking up cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, as long as she's got to have it. Baby, you're perfect 10. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. She's got class and style, seen knowledge by the mile. Baby never act wild, very low-key on the profile. Catching feelings is unknown, let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb, love is it curves so frequent you heard. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Man, that girl look good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Play on, play on. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. She's got class and style. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. No diggity, no doubt, yo. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. Lonely sun, enough of lies, sleeping naked in the night. Got to take it off my mind. Oh no, to make you mine, I believe in human rights. Got to take it off my mind, off my mind. And now you've got me here to win. I see through the innocence. I know the way is getting hard. Put a soul away from losing grip. Music keeps me spirited, but nothing can compare the way. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares only what you say. Home enough to see you fine, driving circles in my mind. Got to keep it all in line, all in line. Scribing words to make you fall, make you cold, so you want more. Got to keep it all in line, all in line. And now you know, the less you give, the more I pull, the more I wish. Rapacious from the very start. But I hold in line, a way to live. And you come close just a little bit. Now everything, it seems okay. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know my body cares, only what you say. Waste all my time. Could I believe you never know? Your presence sublime. Oh, I know I need you evermore. But on a Sunday morning sun, well, I don't believe in your loving. When all things sort of fall inside, then I don't believe in all your loving. Breathe it all in, love's of mine. Set it off, your feet will fall. Leaves and old and rough, your mind. It's hard enough, no harm, no foul. We saw the light and took the time to make it fall. We left it behind. Oh, I know you need it all. But on a Sunday morning sun, I don't believe in your loving. When all things things sort of fall inside. But I don't believe it, you're loving. But on a Sunday morning sun, solo sunrise, breathe it all in, love's a mother's young mind. Set it off, your feet will fall. Leaves an old and rough, you're off your mind. Set it off, your feet will fall. No foul, no foul, no foul. Love's your mind. Set it off, your feet will fall. But on a Sunday morning, sun of your mind. Solo sunrise, your feet will fall. Silver tongue told me to believe in the truth. 'Cause I'm young, won't let it go. Problem with you. Oh, when it's done, it'll be done. If it's up, something's wrong. When it's gone, I'll be gone. If I sleep, I'm scared what comes. I'm gonna beat myself right into falling. Sometimes I feel it's just a warning, it's all a warning sign. Sometimes I feel it's just a warning sign. It's overdone long enough. Believe me, it's so. 'Cause I'm young, I won't let it go. Leaving the time. Yeah, we're done, yeah, we're done, yeah, we're done, we're leaving right now. Yeah, we're done, yeah, we're done, yeah, we're done, we're leaving right now. I'm gonna beat myself right into falling. Sometimes I feel it's just a warning, it's all a warning sign. Sometimes I feel it's just a warning sign. Sometimes I feel it's just a warning sign. Hold your breath. Sometimes I feel alright. It's just a warning sign. Hold your breath. Got a feeling we are gonna win. Our bodies make it perfect, and your eyes can make me swim. Then again, everything seems new. I can barely hold my tongue, to say the least. I'm into you. And your eyes are saying more than we can talk, and warmer than a bedroom sport. And your thighs, your kisses from the outside, girl, that's all I need. I'll take you down the other road to breathe in something more. I find it harder to ignore the things I want you for. I know you don't want, I love you can sing. The music was at the start. The rhythm was all I needed to hear. A woman could treat my heart.
Falar para os microfones. Então, eu depois passo. Tá. Mas será que basta ter microfone aqui ou preciso pegar? Que chatice.
Just ask you that everybody that speaks speak for the micro, otherwise stream doesn't pass straight.
In Portugal, but I haven't been here in this faculty. Okay, no? Primeira vez, primeira.
quite a few billions of parameters to store that language. Because we love rules, but we even more like exceptions. So another thing we share. It's a rather high Kolmogorov complexity. We also like to bend the rules. That's a different topic.
You have to speak to Michael. This is not fabulous, but I hope.
Just rounding up some stragglers in the dream.
I told them no panel, no cocktails. They're coming.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not tired yet. So, thank you for inviting me to moderate this session. Thank you, Carlos. As you know, the theme of this panel is on ethics and responsibility in AI, meaning that we all, academics, researchers, professionals, and students, should be committed to using AI for social good. I propose that each of us takes up to 10-13 minutes for expressing our opinions in the beginning, and leaving between 15 and 20 minutes for interaction, including among ourselves and with the students and the audience, of course. I must start by briefly introduce the outstanding members of this panel. First, Inês Marques Pinto is Legal and Digital Affairs Advisor to the S&D Group at the European Parliament. Inês Pinto got her bachelor's degree in law at the Nova School of Law in Lisbon and the Master of Law degrees in European Union Law at Leiden University. She has recently published on the draft of the AI Act regarding regulation of ethical aspects of AI, and so, although not coming from a technological field, perfectly fits in this panel team. Inês Souza is Head of Intelligent Systems Group at Fraunhofer, Portugal. Her group is mainly devoted to data science and machine learning. She got a PhD in biomedical engineering at Instituto Superior Técnico with a thesis related with fMRI, magnetic resonance imaging. And before that, she was at Philips Research in Eindhoven for an internship. And she was also visiting researcher at Centre d'Imagerie Biomédicale at École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. She has been in close contact with industry, and for more than 5 years, she worked at Siemens Healthcare near Porto. She is interested in AI, signal and image processing, and cognitive computing. Thank you also for your participation. Peter van der Putten. Yeah. He has a solid background in AI, and is interested on how intelligence can evolve through learning in man or machines. Very deep goal. Peter has a Master of Science in Cognitive Artificial Intelligence from Utrecht University and a PhD in data mining from Leiden University, and combines academic research with applying these technologies in business. For more than 15 years, he was guest researcher at Leiden Institute of Advanced Computer Science. He is interested in how AI and data mining can be used to innovate business, science, or art. Peter is director at Pegasystems AI Lab, helping clients to get closer to customers and work smarter with trustworthy AI. Fantastic. It's an honor for us to have you with us, okay? Thank you for coming. Finally, my name is Eugênio Oliveira. I'm Professor Emeritus at University of Porto, meaning I'm very old already. And I was for the last 4 decades, I was full professor at this university, at this school here, where I did some research and development in AI-based systems, including topics like knowledge-based systems, multi-agent systems, natural language programming, affective computing, etc. Now, coming back to the panel theme on ethics and responsible AI, this is, of course, an endless topic of discussion and has too many different aspects. However, whatever we have to say now, including blaming and criticizing, this is only possible due to the huge amount of research work that has been done for many decades that led to incredible and really useful outcomes in many domains, like healthcare, natural language processing, cyber-physical intelligence systems, autonomous driving, management, robotics, and human-machine interfaces, etc., etc. So I just gave a suggestion to the panel to elaborate on 2 main issues. You can read them there. The first issue is about the lack of explicability of AI algorithms. So you can read there. In your opinion, would it be desirable to progress towards explainable AI, machine learning, and data science algorithms? If yes, how do you envisage this possibility? Using, for instance, causal logics, precision-like metrics that are already in place. And what about data integrity? We heard about that today already. In fact, the first main driving force of AI, at least in Europe, the first one in the beginning, although not unique, was how to make computers reasoning like humans, meaning mostly logically. This is no longer the case nowadays, despite recent efforts on understanding artificial neural networks' way of working to produce results.
we are still facing tools as a kind of black boxes, most of the time. And I belong to those who believe that more accountability, responsibility, and transparency, the acronym for this is ART, A-R-T, more art in artificial intelligence, would make AI-based systems much more acceptable. So the second issue is having in mind the relevance of AI, machine learning, and data science for social good. What kind of ethics would you propose for AI? Is that necessary? Human-like ethics? How many are there? Special ethics for intelligent machines? Is that possible? I'm not thinking just on the uncertain future where artificial general intelligence and artificial consciousness may become a possibility, some kind of either utopia or dystopia. But I'm mainly thinking in today's risks, including lack of privacy, social metrics misuse, abusive facial recognition, or the use of so-called laws. You know, laws doesn't mean law. Right? Lethal autonomous weapon systems by the military. Well, each one of us have somewhat different backgrounds and will give their own perspective on this issue. But I firmly believe that AI researchers will be able to develop pieces of software that will be embedded into AI-based systems, will embed there a few apparently simple constraints and kind of human rights principles. But I know that reality is very complex, of course. Reality is difficult to interpret. There will be always conflicts in interpretations. This makes it very hard for AI systems to autonomously make the right decisions. However, researchers in AI are already making their way in this decision, in this direction, including in the hardware, some kind of constraints and principles that make the software and hardware safer. Also, the problem is the human in the loop. The human in the loop might be mandatory in some cases, or not, depending on our faith in humans. Once I was saying that human in the loop is a good thing, and someone says, "Do you believe Trump?" I don't know. Okay, I don't know. So that is it for now. Let's start with Inês Pinto.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you again to Professor Carlos Soares and João Moreira for the invitation to be here today. As already hinted by Professor Eugenio, I will approach this topic from a very different point of view. I am a jurist by education, and that became painfully obvious as I was trying to follow in more detail some of the presentations that we've had before the coffee break. This topic is absolutely fascinating, and there's so much to talk about. So I think for today I will try to structure my intervention or contribution by answering the questions posed by Professor Eugenio on the screen, and also by sharing a little bit of my experience in terms of my involvement with what is currently going on in the European Union, specifically the legislation on AI and how to regulate AI systems. Well, first of all, in your opinion, would it be desirable to progress towards explainable AI? My personal answer, because of course I'm not speaking on behalf of the European Parliament or the Socialists and Democrats group, is a big fat yes. And I am supported by the European Court of Justice. I don't know how many of you might have come across this news article, but around a month ago, there was a judgment by the European Court of Justice about the PNR directive, the Passenger Name Record Directive, which essentially allows law enforcement authorities in the European Union to retain, for the purposes of law enforcement and security for a specific period of time, in line with the GDPR, names and records of European citizens. And throughout the judgment, where many other relevant conclusions are given, the court essentially legislates through jurisprudence on a ban of black box machine learning algorithms when it comes to risk value of passengers. So I think this is a first important indication of where we're headed. And then if I can zoom in on what we are currently discussing at the EU level. So I hope most of you are familiar with the European Commission's proposal on a regulation for artificial intelligence systems in the European Union. The process is a long and complex one, as it should be, because this is not an easy issue to regulate. And this is why I think, once again, the topic of ethics and AI is one where we really need a very strong synergy between policymakers, academics, industry, and all kinds of experts. Nevertheless, there are different actors involved, most notably the Council of the European Union and the European Parliament. And within the European Parliament, the Commission that I follow and where I do most of my work, which is the Committee on Legal Affairs, is exclusively competent for some of the issues that are linked to some of today's presentations. Notably the question of transparency, explainability, and human oversight. This means that as the negotiations go forward, whatever this committee decides in this regard will need to be the official position of the European Parliament, which will then discuss and finally have to reach an agreement with the Council. What is currently on the table when it comes to explainability? Because again, there are so many other points that I would like to focus on today, but in view of time and being precise when it comes to my answers, when it comes to explainability, there are two things that are currently being discussed. The first is that AI systems developed, deployed, and used in the European Union, and these concepts are also important because, as I've hinted previously, they also relate to how we define the actors, the different actors in the supply chain of AI systems, especially when it comes to liability, responsibility, and accountability. But explainability means, in the eyes of the European Parliament, that these systems need to be explainable. But then this leads us to another question, which is what happens to those systems that cannot be explained? Because you, much better than I can, understand the so-called black box phenomenon and the possible technical constraints that exist when it comes to ensuring explainability. And there the question is, should they be allowed in the first place? If so, under what circumstances? And as you might be aware as well, the Commission's approach to legislating or regulating AI systems is a risk-based one, which means that systems that are considered as high risk, and you can very well imagine some of the sectors where those systems operate that would be considered as high risk, will have to comply with a set of very strict specific requirements, many of them with a technical dimension, of course. But linked to this explainability, there's something else that we've been working, especially from the perspective of the S&D group, which is the right to an explanation. And perhaps from your points of view, this is not so pressing for today's discussion, but understanding the impact that AI can have on society and on ourselves, not just as average consumers, because again, AI is not your typical run-of-the-mill product, but also as citizens. Think about surveillance systems. What happens when we are, or our rights are adversely affected by these technologies? What kind of power, what kind of possibility for judicial or other kind of redress do we have? And this is where the right to an explanation is very important. However, as much as this right, from my personal perspective, should be guaranteed, and when you speak with industry, of course, it becomes very important to understand how this could be achieved. And this is why there needs to be a balance, or a balance needs to be stricken as to how to make sure that even for those systems that are not possible to explain, if these systems are allowed to be commercialized in the first place, then the explanation that the consumer or the citizen should be given is the system cannot be explained because from this step onwards, we cannot understand what goes in or how the system deals with it. Beyond the input data, we cannot explain it further. And then it will be up to the court, if ever a consumer or a citizen brings an action before a court, to decide how to take that point into consideration. This on explainability. But before I turn to the second question, perhaps I can also tell you a little bit about what we're doing when it comes to transparency and human oversight. When it comes to transparency, I think the baseline is to make sure that the user, meaning the person, the individual that will have to operate the AI system on behalf of a company or another kind of legal entity, is able and understands enough about that system to do so. In this context, there's something else that we've been working in the Parliament, again, also a bit pioneered by the S&D Group, which is the concept of AI literacy. Because at the moment, we feel that AI literacy has two ways in which it is very important. First of all, for any employee that is operating an AI system on behalf of a company, but there, of course, you would expect the degree of knowledge to be slightly different from that of the average citizen, but also AI literacy when it comes to all of us, or maybe actually beyond this room, that have no understanding of what AI is, how it can impact us, and how we can seek protection from it. That is on transparency. Then when it comes to human oversight, I think the baseline, once again, because as you can imagine, this is a political process of negotiation, so there are different views, and I cannot yet tell you about the final result, which will be in the legislation. But the baseline is, and that I can already tell you with some certainty, that at the very least, there needs to be a button that can be pushed. And again, looking at a room full mostly of engineers, I don't know how you feel about it, but as far as we've been able to exchange with industry, this is something that not only is feasible, but should and has to be feasible. And this perhaps is a nice segue into the second question, which is having in mind the relevance of AI for social good, what kind of ethics would you propose for AI? Well, there, I think I can talk a little bit about a piece of literature that I find very important when talking about AI, and that is Kate Crawford's book, Atlas of AI. And she has two concepts that I find very important here. The first is the technological inevitability. Just because something is technologically possible doesn't mean that we need to pursue it. And oftentimes, instead of asking, where can we use this technology? Where can we use this AI system? The question should be, should we be using it? Do we need to be using it? And so on. And this also means that so far we've seen AI being used to, let's say, support, the capitalistic system and military and defense and so on. But in the same vein as we invest in AI systems that support these areas, I think it's very important that we start driving the conversation towards how AI systems can also benefit education, health, and so on. That conversation has started. I think today we have some very obvious cases. But ultimately, when it comes to AI, responsibility, and all the principles that we are currently trying to translate into legislation, and this is a very difficult endeavor, because an ethical principle is not the same as a legal principle. And how do you codify into law, into a specific technical requirement that people like yourselves in the future will have to comply with in order for your companies to be able to legally sell a product in the internal market of the European Union? How do you do that? That is very difficult, but many of the buzzwords that we've heard today are those that we are focusing on in terms of having a guiding set of principles that should be observed by all AI operators in the EU, much like what you have in Article 5 of the General Data Protection Regulation. And those values, those principles are those of transparency, fairness, accountability, reliability, security, and so on. Some of them will be concretely translated into technical requirements in the regulation itself. Others, what we are trying to work on is how they could, for instance, be translated into codes of conduct, voluntary codes of conduct for industry, or also translated by European standard organizations when they are producing outcome-based technical standards, and also for the European Union's future role, for the European Commission's, future role in providing common specifications also for industry. I've had a very interesting meeting this week in Microsoft's headquarters in Brussels where they were telling me about their latest take on ethical AI. I think Pedro Soleiro has already mentioned it in his presentation. That is a very good example of how voluntary action can be meaningful and can provide an example, to other smaller players. At the same time, I am not a big believer in self-regulation, and I also think that, especially because of the impact that AI has, it is important that we have some safeguards in place, even though we need to keep in mind the need to not stifle innovation in the EU, and ultimately allow that any research and development in this area also contributes to social good, and that we try as much as we can to steer the discussion, investment, and development into that area. I don't know, because I recall what Anna mentioned as her dream. It goes a bit into this notion that I was talking about from Kate Crawford's book about just because it's possible, should we be doing it? With health data, that is, of course, a very particular discussion, because on the one hand, health is one of the main concerns of populations worldwide. There was, a while ago, Europe Day, and in the European Parliament they did a day with activities, all kinds of stuff. And one of the activities was you had a number of cups like this, pertaining to different topics, digital transition, health and environment, employment, jobs, and so on. And each person that visited the parliament that day should pick up a little ball and put it in the cup pertaining to the matter that was of most concern to them. It won't be surprising to you if I tell you that the one that was filled by far with the highest number of balls was that concerning health. And so I think there's a lot of untapped potential. There's also now the proposal for the European health data space. But at the same time, I think that is a very good example of an area where a lot of social good can be done. And there's a lot of potential, but we need to make sure that the right safeguards are in place. And perhaps to finish, because as I said, there's so much that one can talk about in this context that I also don't want to make you take away nothing by telling you too much. But sandboxes are a good example that we are also discussing currently in the context of the AI Act, because sandboxes are very important, and perhaps some of you might disagree, but they are not a blank check to all of a sudden suspend certain fundamental rights. And that is how I will conclude, by saying that the difficulty with legislating AI in comparison with any other kinds of products that we might have in the internal market of the European Union is that, again, it's not your run-of-the-mill product, and it is a product that can have massive impacts on fundamental rights. And currently the difficulty is that, first of all, we don't have market surveillance authorities that are equipped to make this sort of assessment, such as an impact on fundamental rights for certain products, which is why it's so important to see companies like Microsoft putting forward examples of how to do it on a voluntary basis. And second of all, when it comes to the protection of fundamental rights and also the development of policies around AI, I think there's still a very noticeable shortness of staff and experts that would be needed in order for the governance structure that is being discussed in the context of the AI Act to be put into place, a little bit like what is happening also, unfortunately, with the GDPR. I hope I've given you some food for thought, but again, this will be an exchange as I understand it, so I will stop here and pass on to Ines.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation as well. So I, as Professor Eugênio kindly introduced, I come from Fraunhofer, Portugal. From the research group of Assistive Information and Communication Solutions, where I had the Intelligent Systems group. Just for you to understand a little bit, we are 3 groups in this research institute. So together with the Intelligent Systems, we have the Human-Centered Design group, and this group is concerned with how people interact with technology, finding the best requirements and the best use cases for technology, and also to evaluate the use of technology by humans, by people. So we usually say this group is a people group. The other group is connected things, and in this group, so all the tools and software, hardware that make possible for technology to work in real settings is being researched and developed. And intelligent systems is in the middle, so is the intelligence part, and we develop the algorithms and the intelligence behind the technology. In 5 years ago, when we defined our research strategy for the next 5 years, one of our innovation areas that we decided to include was accountable AI already at the time. Because we felt that in order to create these successful solutions, technological solutions with the algorithms and the intelligence behind to be successful in the practice, in the real world, we needed to think about accountability, about responsibility, and how this could make a positive contribution to the world. So one of the flagship projects we have been having regarding this topic, and I will approach the topic of explainability with this example. So it's called Transparent Artificial Medical Intelligence. It's an international partnership we are developing together with INESC and the CMU University from the United States. And our role in this project is to try to develop not only explainable methods for working in the field of medical imaging, but also to understand what is the most adequate explanation to different kinds of users. So if we think about a medical imaging system and a decision support system, for example, that will say if a certain image of the body has a certain disease or not, this can, who will be the person that will look at this decision? In the first place, of course, the medical doctor, or maybe a surgeon, or maybe other actors, or maybe even the patient. So the explanations need to be targeted to the end user, and we need to find also the best way to communicate this information. But in the course of this project and this year, we have been so also looking at some questions that arise from this problem. And well, unfortunately, no one likes black boxes, but the fact is that currently we still need to choose between a black box that has higher performance and a more understandable algorithm that has lower performance. So this raises the question of what is best in the end. I don't know if any of you had in the position of having to review the decision of an algorithm, of an AI algorithm. I can ask the audience. No, and I think not many people had, because, and I think we know very little about how humans react to a suggestion, even if explained or not, of an automatic system. And I think that the basis of human oversight and the usefulness of explainable AI also depends a lot on this. And on one side, of course, there is the AI literacy. Of course, people who are operating an AI system and reviewing the decisions of an AI system need to have a basic knowledge about the functioning of AI. And this is very important. And at Fraunhofer, we have been working also in preparing contents that are bringing a little bit of knowledge about AI to the more common audiences, to people working in other fields, within technological fields, but not experts in AI. But there's a lot of work to do. And on the other hand, I think we need to study how people react to a decision or a suggestion given by an automatic system, whether it is explained or not. Because we can also, and we have been collaborating also with a group from Milan, who is, and this group they are really studying this issue. And I can give you an example. So they had a system that was automatically labeling electrocardiograms, so the exams we do to the heart, to find anomalies. And they provided the decision and an explanation. And on purpose, they provided wrong decisions and wrong explanations. So all the combinations, right decisions with wrong explanations, right decisions with right explanations, right decisions with wrong explanations, and so on. All the combinations possible. And they provided this to more expert and more novice medical doctors, and they evaluated the final accuracy of the final decision. So the doctors could change. The algorithm was only giving a suggestion with an explanation, and the doctor could make a final decision that is different. And they noticed that the best accuracy was given by the best performing algorithm, even without explanations. So in the end, they found that providing an explanation was more confusing to the medical doctors than providing only the decision. So this is also food for thought. I think it's an example, of course, but I think that we should also not forget that to consider how the human will react to the technology, to the explanation that is provided, how if this explanation is adequate to this user or not, if he has the ability to understand it and to act on it, or if they are either over-relying on technology or either over-suspicious of technology, and how this can also influence the final results. And I think that most of all, we need to be sure and have tools to be able to audit these systems, to make sure they are working correctly and over time, because we know that the decisions of AI systems are not deterministic. It's not. It's different from from the previously usual software that is explicitly programmed. So we know that there is an error associated, and I believe that also one of the things that is very important to make sure we are contributing positively to have good solutions based on AI is to make sure that the systems remain accurate. And to conclude, I would just say that regarding ethics, we have at Fraunhofer been having some discussions with philosophers, and this is an issue we have in mind. Of course, from a technical perspective, we have a very practical approach to ethics, of course. And we try to incorporate these principles and translate them to tools and technologies and metrics that can be useful in practice. To finalize, we are now part of a big initiative in Portugal, which I believe will for sure make a positive impact in this field and help advancing this field, which is the Next Gen AI, a Center for Responsible AI. It's part of the program for recovery and resilience, and will bring together at a scale without precedent in Portugal and also internationally, companies, startups, research institutes. PhilP is also involved, of course, with Professor Carlos. And we will be working in these topics in privacy preserving machine learning, which we didn't approach here, but is also very important to ensure the privacy of data throughout the whole process of developing and deploying machine learning based algorithms. And in these topics of evaluating and giving the right information about the systems that are deployed, and also evaluating the uncertainty of decisions and the accuracy in use. So to finalize, I believe that successful solutions that are based on AI mean responsible solutions. And we can also ask who is responsible, if it's the system or is the creator or the operator, or there are many players involved. But I believe that is basically beneficial AI solutions. Successful must mean beneficial. And I believe that beneficial comes from an interplay of good data, good models, and good use, and we should not forget the good use.
Thank you.
let's now listen to Peter.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, thank you. Well, muito obrigado. Well, that's how far my Portuguese goes. No, I don't. No, but thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel and already kind of wonderful perspectives here on the topic. I think a question like, do we want to have explainable AI? I think everyone would go like, yeah, of course we want explainable AI. Yeah, but it's a complex topic. I think here you already see that in the panel. You gave the example where decision without explanation worked better than vice versa. Similar example, I organized a data mining competition, machine learning competition in 2000, so 22 years ago. I'm getting old, short reminder, and we had two tasks there. It was like we had a data set, who wants to buy a particular product, and trying to predict that, but also provide a particular explanation. And lo and behold, there was someone who won kind of the how well can I predict type competition, and another group basically won the competition how can I best explain. Yeah, but the how can I best explain group scored, well, let's say it was not above the middle part of the competition, right? So you can have a great explanation, but if it's a rubbish prediction, what is the trade-off? So I'm not saying one or the other here, but I think that just illustrates that these are difficult or interesting topics. Also, I had a student this week, and he wants to do kind of his thesis research on explainable AI. He first looked into the standard approaches. How can you explain a prediction with Lime Shape, and what are the most important factors, et cetera, et cetera. But then he came back to me. He says like, well, he said a couple of things like, it's great that we have so-called black box and white box models, but these white box models, no mortal will actually understand, even if it's a simple decision tree, what that exactly means. Yeah, and what is a single explanation? Should it not be a dialogue? If I try to explain something to someone else, we enter into a dialogue as opposed to a one-off explanation. Yeah, so difficult topics. I have the honorary position of being the last one in the panel, and also be closer to the cocktail. So I'm going to take a somewhat philosophical tack here at the topic. So I think it's important that we broaden a little bit our views on, in this context, what is ethics really? Yeah, and also how could it translate into regulation? And maybe we should even broaden our view of what is AI, or what is the research exercise of AI, and what is it, what makes us human? So you can see I'm turning philosophical now, right? So, and I'll try to fit that into some short statements. You can see AI is growing up. We're using it on a daily basis. I work for this company called Pega, and now we apply it in different markets, but just in the marketing market alone, we cover around 2 billion consumers. Yeah, so that's hundreds of millions of decisions, automated decisions that are being taken daily, right? So it's, in that sense, AI is not something of the future. It's already happening today at a very, very large scale. I think that's important also for regulation. And I like it. How you explained also how you want to get close to what is actually happening right now, because I think that's really important. Feed's-eye, that was another example of that large-scale application. So basically, in that sense, AI is growing up. It's moving away from techno-optimism in AI childhood, and we're moving into AI puberty. And what do you need to do with teenagers? You need to give them some rules. Yeah. So the question is, do we need to give AI some rules here? Yeah. And I think a very common way to think about ethics is in terms of rules, constraints, and restrictions. But to talk about the broader picture of ethics, ethics is not just about what not to do. Ethics is about how to live a good life. Yeah? It's about how to do the right thing. I think that's a broader view of what ethics is really about. So in that sense, that balance between ethical constraints or catching the AI opportunity, that's a false contradiction, I think. Yeah, that means also that ethics has a broader reach than just regulations, because there's lots of stuff which is, even with the new EU AI Act, which is allowed, but which is not a form of empathic doing good type AI. Yeah, and you need to be able, in these kind of large AI systems that are taking hundreds of millions of decisions daily, you need to be able to operationalize that. Yeah, so to give you an example, let's take one of our customers, a bank in Australia, and they have somewhat 8 million customers, but they're making something like in the order of 25 to 30 million real-time recommendations to their customers every single day. Yeah, so, and then the question is, yeah, what are relevant recommendations? Yeah, so these kind of these things as privacy, etc., is just assume that that's already all kind of tackled. Still, I can make selfish recommendations that only benefit the bank, versus I can make empathic recommendations that nudge, that help the customer. Some things that they do is they nudge customers towards, how can I get more government benefits? You would think, why would the bank do that, right? It's not about their products, but it is about making sure that their customers lead a financial, securing and enhancing the financial well-being of their customers. Right, so that's, at least they're trying to put thinking into how can we, even beyond all the, let's say, the constraints or the regulatory quote constraints of transparency, explainability, fairness, you name it. How can we even within that make sure that we are doing the right thing? Yeah, so don't think of ethics just in terms of constraints and that ethics tells us what not to do and gives you a slap on the wrist. No, it's about how to lead a good life. And you can actually operationalize that into those AI systems that decide on how do we rank on what's the best recommendation, for example. Do we use profit for the bank, or do we use this is what the customer really would like to hear, or what would really help the customer? I think for regulation, that also means that today already in Pedro's presentation, Anna's presentation, and here as well, and we've been talking about these 6 pillars, etc. And I think those are great kind of, they're not constraints, but they're almost like great principles, transparency, fairness, etc. But what I'm missing there a little bit, and I'm not a lawmaker, so I don't have any idea how to operationalize that, but how can we build in, don't do to others what you don't want to have done to yourself, right? So, and you were talking about what's a beneficial AI system, or what's a beneficial, that could be an entire system, or it could be one micro level decision in millions, in a sea of millions decisions that are being made. But how can we actually ensure that these decisions are beneficial? And that's something, it's still a little bit lacking in that regulation, also because I think it's hard probably to operationalize, but it's super important to see if we can work that in. Because I can make a system that's fair, transparent, explainable, all of those things, and it's the biggest social path on earth, because the system is just doing what's good for the system and not what's good for the citizen or the customer. I think that sort of broader look on regulation, I would favor that as well. And the final broader look, I think, is when we talk about, we need to have a broader look at AI. I think there's lots of these discussions. Google has a nice large language model, and you can chat with it. And Google engineer asked, are you conscious? Of course, Lambda says, yes, I'm a conscious system, right? So someone else tweeted on Twitter and said, well, let me ask the same question a similar question to GPT-3. Are you a squirrel? Yeah, so this little beast. And of course, GPT-3 said, yeah, I'm a squirrel. So what does it feel like to be a squirrel? Yeah, so I don't think that we're nowhere near artificial general intelligence yet. But even if we were, I think it's way too narrow to think about us humans as just intelligent creatures. Yeah, we are creative creatures, we're emotional creatures, we're loving creatures, we're so much more than just intelligence. And in that sense, I think it's also interesting to study that through the artificial lens. Yeah, so not just study artificial intelligence, but also study artificial acts. So artificial creativity, emotions, etc. And I think it's and then also important to look through those things through the through the ethical lens. Because ultimately, it was already said earlier today, AI is not some technology that's done to us. It's a technology that's built by humans, designed through humans, with all the pluses and minuses. So it's not that we don't have any control. Will there be screw-ups in future? Yes, of course. There will be some great cases of using AI, and sometimes things will go wrong. The key thing is not like, will things go wrong? The key thing is, do we have the agency to do something about it? And I'm a firm believer that we have that, that we will have that agency, provided that we have the proper kind of laws and regulations in place, because I think that would be great. That gives us a level playing field for the cool kids that want to play nice, right? So in that sense, I would definitely welcome them. But in that sense, I would say the future of AI is human, and we should be in control. And I think we are in control of that technology. Not always, but we can fix things.
Thank you, Peter. So we have now, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes, or 15 minutes for a few questions. You may address to particular members of the panel if you wish. So, please.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, got it. So maybe this, I'm gonna go back to this issue of explainability. And let me do the analogy. When I buy a product in Europe, I really don't know, and I couldn't care less how it works. My washing machine, I mean, why should I really care? What I do care is that there's some certification from the EU saying that, yes, this is a good product, and it works according to some specification. So maybe this focus too much on explainability is really the wrong focus. Well, not that it's not a laudable goal, it's good to have explainability, but maybe this is going down a rat hole, because most people cannot really explain their algorithms, okay? So there's basically a dead end to some extent there. So maybe what we should be looking at is how can we certify products based on AI, and who assumes the liability for that? So mostly this is a question for the ladies in the panel, but of course, Peter, you're welcome to jump in if you'd like. So.
It's a very American perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, nevertheless, for the question. Perhaps I could rewind in order to answer it properly. Before the Commission's proposal, the Parliament did something that it has the right to do, and that is to make a proposal of its own and tell the Commission, now you go and legislate on the basis of this example that we are giving you. And I was heavily involved in that exercise, which was, I think, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And indeed, in that legislative report of the Parliament, we proposed something along the lines of what you are calling for, and that is a sort of European certification of trustworthiness or ethical AI, if you will. Somehow that didn't make it into the Commission's proposal, mostly because I would argue, again, based on my experience as a jurist, that the Commission heavily relied on existing product legislation, product safety legislation, existing frameworks, and so there's not so much a certification as such. There are other mechanisms, and there is this concept that the Commission keeps talking about, which is trustworthiness, that now, through the work we're doing, we are trying to translate into concrete requirements that a company can comply with, and then say, we are trustworthy European AI. So it's a work in progress, but a very pertinent point. Then on the second question, which we already exchanged a little bit on during the coffee break, which is the question of responsibility. So again, the Legal Affairs Committee is the one dealing with civil law, civil responsibility, liability. And there, what we are currently in the process of discussing and mostly settling on is, first of all, who are the relevant actors in the supply chain and what kind of responsibilities each of them have, also in relation to what requirements, specifically also ethics. I think ultimately you will see that most of the requirements, the specific requirements in the AI Act will fall or will be shared and duly specified where they are shared, where they are exclusive between two actors. The first entity are the so-called deployers. So the entities that develop the AI system are responsible for all kinds of development choices and commercialize the product, will put the product in the market. And then the second actor will be the so-called, and here you see how the legislation, how the sausage factory works, because the Commission calls them the providers. We in the Parliament are currently wanting to propose the term provider, but essentially they mean the same. And that is the entity that is then putting the AI system into service, and who will then have a number of concrete employees deploying the system, the so-called users, which are also important in this chain of responsibility, because as we concluded, these will, for the most part, carry no responsibility insofar as they have no power over what kind of decisions go into the development and the deployment of the AI system. I hope I have addressed everything, but I think that's the beauty of having a panel.
Yeah, so like in the spirit of a panel, let me try to vehemently disagree with you in some shape or form. No, yeah, okay, like I'll keep it short because I'm also thirsty. Yeah, so I understand, like you say, well, I take an aspirin, you know, I don't complain, I don't know how aspirin works, or I step into a plane. And I, to some degree, I agree with you, but here's a couple of ways how this metaphor falls short. Because let's say you have a system that decides whether you can get a mortgage or not. You can say, oh, that's a single plane, but it's actually not a single plane. It's actually millions of planes because, you know, like how you'll all get different kind of decisions on whether you get that mortgage or not. And that's specifically how you kind of flow through that AI. Yeah, so in a way, it's not a single plane. There's many different planes that are all different. And then also this AI is changing on an ongoing basis. Yeah, so the bank may revise their credit risk model for loan acceptance once a quarter. But these kind of other models around marketing or whatever, they'll have thousands of models and they're constantly being updated. Maybe that loop is even closed and you have online learning. So this entire AI is constantly learning. Yeah, so it's in a way I like it when we say, why don't we treat AI just like the rest? But here are some differences how AI, you can't really say it's one car or it's one type of plane or one type of car because it's many different cars at the same time that constantly change. Well, the program is, you can have the same program, but the program is the whatever. Huh? There's all these human choices that Pedro was talking about. So that will result in all kinds of different models. Plus, then the impact on the different applicants here in the room will be quite different. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do about it, but I think it's more complex than just saying, oh, you know, I have a plane, now I know it's good. And so I think I also don't, and generally I think it's good. What I really like is that, for instance, the EU Act, it's very much about looking at a particular AI system, because generic technology, technology is not good nor bad, nor is it neutral, right? So it's what you do with that very specific technology that will result into something.
Complement that, sorry, in a few words. One thing is a washing machine, and another thing is a very complex machine that is able to autonomously do decision making. And sometimes it's even very difficult to certify a system that is not able to, is like a black box. And in order to certify this, you need to understand how does it work. And sometimes explainability or explicability is much relevant for certification.
So that's another question.
No. Researchers and deployers, etc.
I would just like to clarify that, of course, my comment regarding explainability is not that is not needed. I think it depends a lot on the application and the field. And I think that in latest years, the enormous progress was also made in this area, and we have more better ability, a little bit better ability to explain some of the yes, but what I sometimes feel is that we talk so much about explainability that we forget performance and accuracy. And it's called also the white box paradox, because it's the system is wrong, but is so good at argumenting or explaining that it convinces you that he is right. It is right. So it's just that calling for not falling also in the other extreme.
Just a clarification, because I don't think I made that point earlier. When we talk about explainable AI in the context of the AI Act, we are talking about already only high-risk AI systems. So for those AI systems that will be categorized as high risk, that is where we are setting some requirements that are a bit more stringent. So not all AI.
I would like to put a complementary question to the one that was posed here, that is the following. We are talking about the AI, if the AI was an entity and we have to certify the AI, but let's think about explosives, okay? If you like to work with explosives or with guns, you're not going to certify, or actually you can certify the explosive. It needs to follow a certain procedure. It needs to be conserved and maintained under certain rules. But you want to have the certification of the person who's going to use the explosives. And so, and where and when can it use? And so my question is, what kind of, let's say, concerns there are? Where can we use AI and where we can't use it or we shouldn't use it? So an extreme example, during First World War, we used chemical weapons everywhere. Nowadays, they are banned, not because they are not available, but because the suffering they are causing is beyond our values. So what kind of values do we have for AI?
Nobody wants to take that. Make you mad.
Yeah, so you're saying, well, you know, it's not just about technology, but how we use it and what we use it for, right? Yeah, and who, and who. Yeah, so I fully agree with the first part of the statement. I think people talk a lot about technology in general, and it's moot, even face recognition, because you can think of tons of really good applications of face recognition. So it's what do you use it for? Which then is important to decide this is not face recognition in the actual emotion expression in the context of market whatever. We don't want it. So I think the purpose of the system, that's incredibly important. I think that was also a step up from the earlier thinking, which was much more about these principles like bias, explainability, accuracy, etc., which are very important. Key thing is, I think, like what is the purpose? What are you building the system for? And how do you use it? So you can put governance around it as well. You know, like how it's being used. So I'm afraid I agree with you, so I should not have answered your.
Maybe just to add that is, again, a very interesting question, because it relates very much to the political discussion and legislative discussion that takes place at the moment. Again, AI and this idea of inevitability of technology, AI is a creation of the human genius. So we have all the power, at least when it comes to not only how we use it, but also if we use it at all. And currently what you see is that there's some discussion and difference in views in terms of what kind of uses should be banned. A very concrete one is not just facial emotion recognition, but facial recognition altogether. You have some, I would say a majority might even be forming within the European Parliament, which is one of the two heads that decide on a ban for facial recognition technology. It's a very hot topic at the moment, I think understandably. But so that is certainly something, a reflection that is taking place. What kind of uses should be banned, or what kind of uses are so complicated that they should really be completely regulated to almost the point of suffocation. And maybe if I can, while I'm here, because earlier there was a very pertinent point about how ethics is not just about what you cannot do, but also about what you should do. And there, we've also been working on another principle that is next to all of those we've already mentioned, and that is the principle two, in fact. One is social responsibility and environmental sustainability. The problem is that once you start working on that and how to translate that into regulation, for instance, in my case, I had a number of lobbyists knocking at my door saying, oh no, because how do you translate that into technical requirements? Well, then actually further along the way, I spoke with the commission. They said, no, we are actually already working on some common specifications where we are producing this, translating this idea into outcome-based criteria. And my point is that for me, that is still a little bit up in the air, but I would be very interested to hear how for you can see such a notion being translated into concrete requirements. But I do think it's possible. I've heard from those that know better than myself that it is possible, and we are working on it, but not without hurdles. And those that were knocking on my door are knocking on other doors, and let's see which majority wins.
Rule out certain things based on hard rules, these are not things that you want to do, right? You don't have a hard rule, but then it's like, how do you prioritize? Yeah? So for the nerds and geeks in the room, what is your objective function? Yeah? So what are we maximizing here? And there you can make choices around that in a narrow case. In a marketing case, you can choose between I'm recommending something that the customer is interested in, or it increases the value of the company to the customer, versus I'm going to weigh what is the profit that we make on this particular product. So there you have it. You know, that's an example where it can be kind of where these objectives can actually be. It's in a narrower use case, but it's an example where actually these objectives and purposes are being kind of operationalized down to the level of an individual kind of real-time decision.
I am afraid. And I am afraid because I'm afraid of an over-regulated world that impedes creativity. And as a data scientist, I believe in the power of data. I believe in multiplying 900 columns and 900 solutions and 900 rows, even if people tell me that it would be much nicer to explain it with 3x3 matrix. And I've heard this as a real feedback, because humans like what they can fit into their minds and their Excel spreadsheets. And so if we make things, for many applications, I don't care about explainability. I want my car not to crash, period. I want the best possible model that's gonna get me there alive. I want the best possible cancer screening algorithm, and I don't need to understand it. I just need to measure what it does and whether it does it in a fair way across the different types of people that need to be subject to that algorithm, to that model. And I think because as legislators, I understand that we need to account for the worst possible scenario, and people do feel the fear of what if they discover that I put my trash out at 8 p.m. and not 9, or whatever I put in my trash. But this, in a big data world, nobody cares. Nobody cares about you, me, or anybody else. It's just what the movement of the masses make when the masses walk in a direction versus others, and how fear and love affect human behavior. Now I'm going to make a little confession that I haven't made very often. I've suffered from chronic pain for 20 years. That meant I did my master's on crutches, if you remember. I've had to travel for work and pick up my leg up from the outside of the taxi. I've had to make presentations while almost fainting. This has been a normality in my life. And I'm not alone. Many people suffer from chronic pain. The chronic pain got so bad that now I don't even get pain anymore. I get dysautonomia. And after catching COVID, I couldn't speak or walk for 2 months. So, it's part of my life, but I'm not alone. There's a lot of people like that. And what is disappointing is that the excessive care of observable health systems and things that fit into something that you can put a confidence test on impedes us correlating everything with everything else in the human body. And when I said the example, the shape of my foot versus my headache is what I feel in my body. Because chronic pain is so complex and involves all the systems of the body at the same time that it's very hard to even get a doctor to acknowledge it exists. There's like 10% of the doctors in Porto, maybe 5%, who will say, I got you, I understand you. So by not allowing de-identified data to be meshed but tracked, like if I do a medical exam here in the private system, the public system doesn't do. I don't have a health ID card that represents everything I've been through in my life, so I get judged according to the subset of my own data. But if my own data and everybody else's data, de-identified, were available, not just the pharmaceuticals would be able to make sense of that data. We, as researchers, would be able to put our big data algorithms on there and identify correlations that aren't obvious to a doctor who has to train according to what fits his brain. Brilliant though that brain can be, it cannot do correlations like a hypercomputer can. So yes, my dream is that we manage to get to a space where we can share de-identified information and it's not an obstacle to dreams and not regulated by fear or small-mindedness. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It's time for the last question or comment.
Yes, hello. So I would like to pose a question. So I think the discussion so far has been that explainability is kind of a speed bump or a hurdle to development, but I would like to pose it as, is there like a hard limit to what we can accomplish with explainability, and what would change the EU's position on explainability, like would, for example, other non-regulated countries jumping ahead on AI research change their policy, or, yeah.
No problem. I'll try to answer succinctly, also addressing a little bit what Anna's points just now. When it comes to third country players, such as the US most notably, but also China, although I think their set of values is really very different from ours. What you will see is that currently they're paying a lot of attention to what we're doing here. And unlike with data protection, they think that our first mover advantage, which essentially means those who regulate first have the so-called Brussels effect, might not work in the EU's favor. Nevertheless, this whole notion of trustworthiness and explainability is one element of trustworthiness or ethical AI, is that ultimately that will be a competitive advantage of EU products because they will make them more trustworthy towards consumers wherever they may be. Then on the hard lines and explainability, I think, as I said, especially with AI and regulating AI, the point is balance and really to put some important safeguards in place without stifling innovation. And I think you will find other people that are also like me at the negotiation table who are perhaps even more in line with how you see things, which is why, again, we hope that is the balance that comes of it. But especially for certain kinds of uses, I do think explainability must be required because if my sister doesn't get a certain job because the algorithm underlying the recruiter's system somehow jeopardizes her and she needs to be able to get some redress from that decision, I want her to be able to receive an explanation. Also, when it comes to health data, I think there's a flip side to what you said, and that is the underrepresentation, because that was also a point in your presentation, and the representation, I think it was, of Asian demographics, but of women in health. And there's a brilliant book, which is Women in AI, by Carolina Criado Perez, and you might have heard of it, where she talks brilliantly about how currently women suffer from a lot of diseases, or actually don't get proper health care, because for years the male by default research was in place also when it comes to health data. So again, and to conclude, it's about balance also when it comes to explainability, but in some cases, especially where our rights, our most important rights are at stake, or our health and safety, because these are the values you will see in the legislation, yes, that should, in my personal opinion, be a hard line. Whether others will follow suit, that is why striking the right balance is so important, because if we do it right, even if the US are currently, looking at us a little like, I think they will follow. Hopefully, they will follow.
Professor Eugenio, can I ask one question? One of my concerns is that explanation is a very comfortable word, right? So we say explanation and we feel comfortable about it. In the end, explanation is going to be a technology, right? And we all know about technologies. And technologies are, in psychology, it's also, yes, it's a psychological, but it's going to be a technology, right? With psychological effects, but it's going to be a technology. So technologies fail, have limitations, can be used for the wrong purposes. So I imagine that immediately once you set up a set of standard technologies for explanation, there will be hundreds of people, thousands of people working on technologies to misuse explanation, or ways of misusing explanations. And I always think about this expression that is very common, which is lies, damn lies, and statistics. And we all know how statistics can be used to trick people. And I'm kind of guessing that soon we'll be saying lies, damn lies, statistics, and then explanations. Okay. I don't know if you have any comment on that?
One sentence, that is something that I've heard this week from a colleague, the danger also in requiring explanation, and that's why we're limiting it or trying to a set of things that, if they make it to the final legislative text, again, would provide some balance, but very pertinent point. That is the only thing I can say.
Yes,
but we feel very comfortable about the word explanation. That's the problem.
Yes, and I would add human oversight as well to the comfortable words. Despite human oversight is not a technology, but I think it can also be a concept that is like a tick in the checkbox. Like, oh, we have human in the loop. We have Trump in the loop. We have. It's like ticking the checkbox, and it's done, and it can bring real danger. I would like to conclude referring to the health applications, which is I'm a biomedical engineer, so it's my field of application from the heart, and I would say that I think we should really advance, and the health area has a lot to gain with big data analysis, with AI applications, and we should for sure push the limits of technology in this field, and we should be able to do so. And for sure, FDA is a bit further ahead in certifying AI-based medical products. In the EU, there's still we are still finding the right standard, or the right corporate bodies that should notified bodies that should that should certify such products. And I think this is a really urgent issue as well as the data lakes. We need to make health data available across Europe. We should take advantage of our diversity, of being so many countries together, and have these data lakes in place yesterday. So this is, but I think that there are many initiatives in the technological steps that are needed to achieve this, and I believe that in next years we'll be having different discussions.
Yeah, maybe as a final word, I think earlier on you were also talking about awareness, and I was talking a little bit also about, if AI makes decisions, make sure that all the stakeholders or all the purposes are reflected, etc. And that AI is not a technology that's done to us. It's a human technology that we actually have control over. You also said that it's from a legislation point of view, but even within what are legally allowed use cases, what is proper or good use of AI, we can have control over that. And I think for the data scientists here in the room, you're kind of comfortable with that idea. You know that data science is not evil black magic. It's also not evil good magic. Sometimes things go wrong, but it is something that it's something we can do something about it. We have agency. Yeah, so that's maybe why we're somewhat more comfortable around the technology. But I think that's why it's also so more important that we kind of demystify this AI thing a little bit to all the stakeholders, all the citizens, all the consumers, and that we help, that we at least do our job in terms of explaining what AI is and what it isn't. Yeah, so that everyone can have a say. Yeah, and that everyone can have that some similar level of comfort and agency around. How can we stimulate good use, and how can we prevent best use. Yep.
So, as you see, we have been talking about science and technology, not about religion or something like that. So it's always subject to be criticized, and disagreement, etc. That's science, I believe. So this was a very enlightening discussion, but we have to finish. And once again, thank you to the students, the rest of the audience, the members of the panel, thank you very much, and the organizers, of course, for this remarkable event. Thank you. An applause for
Well, just last words to say that every. And now? Yes. Okay. Just last words to acknowledge some people. This event, of course, as I am a director of the master, I have the idea of doing that, but who did that was mainly Carlos Soares. That was the person that do, let's say, all the program and put things, let's say, in charge. There were 3 students that since the beginning were also in the organization. That was Cláudia Pinheiro, o Fábio Fernandes e o Rui Medon, que não está cá presente hoje. And finally, last but not least, Ana Santos, that is in the background, in back office, is the person that do all the non-seen work, but that is an important part of an event like this. And of course, thank you to all the people that has participated, to all the invitees and all the persons that make this possible. And I think that was a quite nice event, and thank you to everybody. Just to conclude, following in program, it says the following. This is the close João Mendes Moreira part. So you need to close me. And I think you will have work because, well, I will fight. But if you want, let's say, to I believe in diplomacy. If we want to have a cocktail and discuss a bit on that, we can do it.